platforms. You can take the time right now. Share the live or right? So on deck next is the mad smooth sounds from Philadelphia musician Ty Kingsley. All right, so be sure to check out his song Vanilla Sky on Apple and Spotify, and it's a whole bop, y'all. Okay, y'all know I'm gonna be honest. I love what I heard so far from the track, and I'm looking forward to this performance. All right, Ty says that he will be dropping one song a month. That is ambitious. All right, he's finna have an album by the end of the year. So let's get the claps and emojis in the comments, bring some more friends into the room, share the live, share it with SayPhillyArts.com as we bring on Ty Kingsley.
Hey everybody, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. And thank you for that awesome introduction. I really appreciate it. And as it was mentioned, yeah, I'm going to be dropping a new single once a month through the rest of the year. And the first single I dropped this year is this song. It's called Vanilla Sky. Bright lights are coming up and I've been dreaming about you. Wandering these songs every night. Heart is an understatement, baby. Your spirit help me, oh yeah. The sort of things require time. So float along vanilla sky. You could have anybody that you wanted. Never know why you wanted me. Had your up, but I was taking you for granted. Wish I knew what was wrong with me, but I can't have you. I just want you back. I don't blame you for loving someone else, yeah. Loving someone else, yeah. Bright lights are going up and I've been dreaming about you. Swore I'd never be who you despise. Broken mirrors still give off reflections. Even if I can't handle the truth, yeah. I've never felt so broken in my life. So float along the vanilla sky. 'Cause everything will be alright. You could have everybody that you wanted. Know why you wanted me. Had your other, I was taking you for granted. Wish I knew what was wrong with me, but I can't have you. I just want you back. I don't blame you for loving someone else, yeah. So float along vanilla sky. 'Cause everything will be alright. You could have everybody that you want, baby. Never know why you wanted me. Had your all, but I was taking you for granted. Wish you knew what was wrong with me. I just wanna take you over, have you all for myself. Feel the breath from your body in my life. Breathe out, but I can't have you. I just want you back. I don't blame you for loving someone else, yeah. Loving someone else, yeah. Loving someone else, yeah. Loving someone else, yeah. Bright lights are coming up and I've been dreaming about you. So this is one of the songs that I'll be releasing at some point this year. The song's called Undertow. Lose my mind just a little, but I lose my mind all the time. Going crazy, baby, I've been waiting on every sign. Drowning in the waters deep, oh, beneath the undertow. I want you where we be alone. no one besides us has to know. Running from my past and I'm hiding from the truth. Hey, oh, hey, oh. You keep crashing me down, and I'm whiskey all water. You set my soul on fire. Losing my mind just a little, but losing my mind all the time. Going crazy, baby, I'm waiting on every side. Gotta need the waters deep below, beneath the other soul. I want you when we can be alone. No one besides us has to know. Running from my past and I'm hiding from the truth. Hey, oh, hey, oh. Keep crashing me down, I'm whiskey all water. Just setting my soul on fire. Losing my mind just a little, but in my mind all the time. I'm going crazy, baby, I'm waiting on every sign. Gently the waters deep below, baby, it's so. Can crash you down, I'm whiskey all water. You set me up so fire. Losing my mind just a little, but I'm in my mind all the time. Going crazy, baby, I'm waiting on every sign. Getting the waters deep below, baby, it's so. Falling fast, baby, I'm falling down on the line. Going crazy, baby, I'm waiting on every sign. Trying to make the waters deep below, baby, it's so. Something like that. Thanks a lot again for having me. Thanks a lot to everybody that's been tuning in, sharing the link, and getting more people to view and to donate. That's what this is all about. I'm trying to raise some funds for the arts in Philadelphia. This song is called Do It Again. I know I can change history, yeah. Wondering if you still miss me. Don't wanna make things worse, no. I'm open the battle. Anytime, any place, yeah, do it again. Anywhere in the world, as long as I'm living there. I know I can take time back. The clock's running on, yeah. You're so far away now, but I still dream about you. Anytime, any place, yeah, do it again. Anywhere, world, as long as I'm living there. After anything could be done, yeah. Time, place, world, do it again. Just say yes into your life, yeah. Love is the best place to find lovers at the bar where I go. Me and my friends and the team will do it just keep it fast, yeah, talk slow. The moment we start a conversation with just me, I give it a chance now. Then my hands stop, and the man on the jukebox start to dance and singing like I want your love is in there for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I love the shape of it. The push and pull like a magnet to where my heart is so into. I love your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the wild. I'm in love with the wild. I don't care when I'm with my baby. All that things disappear. But she making me feel like maybe I am somebody. I can feel the bad nights when I'm with my baby. It's time, place, yeah, do it again. Anywhere in the world, as long as I'm there. After anything that we done, yeah. Anytime, any place, whoa, do it again. All right, this is a song I released back during the quarantine. It was in May, and the song's called Honey. With my rhythm out of time, even if my heart breaks, I'm loving you tonight. Just like God on a perfect summer night. Just like God, you should listen, I'm alright. Baby, I need it, just a taste and I'm gone. Just a taste and I'm gone. Baby, I'm waiting. You should be around my life. Even if you hate it, I'm loving you tonight. Just like I on a perfect summer night. Just like I just and I'm alright. Baby, need it, just a taste and I'm gone. Just a taste and I'm gone. Tripping down at the tall, tiny around the close, this skin never boy. Tripping down at the tall, tiny around the close, this skin never glow. Just like gold on a perfect summer night. Just like gold, you should say no more right. Baby, I need it, just a taste and I'm gone. 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 Baby, All right. I just wanted to check the time real quick. It looks like I got time for about 5 minutes left, so I could probably get 2 more songs in there. So once again, my name is Ty Kingsley. You can find me on all the social medias, Ty_Kingsley1. Also on Spotify and Apple Music. Wherever you listen to your music, all my music is free. And if you look me up, it's just Kingsley, Kingsley. All right. This is another one of the songs that'll be coming out in the spring as I do my monthly drops for the singles. The song's called Penny Dream Girl. She's my penny dream girl, living in a daydream world. Couldn't hold a 9 to 5. Never made it out alive. She shines. She's my penny dream girl. Yeah, she shines. Penny dream girl, living in a daydream world. She's my penny dream girl, living in her daydream world. Never had a broken heart. She was trouble from the start. She shines. She's my penny dream girl. Yeah, she shines. She's my penny dream girl, living in a daydream world. Dying as the choirs rise. One last time, can only hold your breath so long. Dying as the choirs rise. One last time, you can only hold your breath so long. Yeah, she shines. She's my penny dream girl. Yeah, she shines. She's my penny dream girl, living in a deep dream world. Penny Dream Girl. All right, I got time to do one more song. Once again, I'm honored that I was asked to be part of this this rally to try to raise awareness and try to raise funds for the arts in Philadelphia. It's very important to always have funding for the arts anywhere and at any point in time, but especially right now with everything that's happened in the last year, we need this help now more than ever. So to anyone out there that's watching, please share with your friends and family. If you can donate, please do so. We also have a website up as well. So lots of opportunities to help in a lot of different ways and avenues. So keep supporting local art, and any way you can help is greatly appreciated. All right, I got time for one more real quick. And this song is called Lights Out. You know what? I just wrote this song, so I'm not sure what key I want to do it in. Yeah, this seems like a good one. Her heart's in bloodshot eyes. Another long drive home tonight. Faded hell's broken souls, wandering the earth alone. With the lights out, not a single soul left in this town but you. Promises and no regrets. All my dreams into my eye. Now I'm sick to my stomach, even thinking about it. With the lights out, not a single soul left in this town but you. Lights out, it's the end of the world, but I don't care because you're here. Because you're here. With the lights out, not a single soul left in this town but you. Lights out, it's the end of the world, but I don't care because you're here. Because you're here. With the lights out, not a single soul left in this town but you. Something like that. That's one of the songs that I'm still working on that'll be coming out at some point in 2021. Like I said, I'm Ty Kingsley dropping a song once a month, one single per month for the rest of the year. And the first song that I did, called Vanilla Sky, just came out last weekend, actually. So it's a brand new song. Please check it out. Please consider sharing with your friends and family. And most importantly, sharing the links that we have up for this amazing fundraiser. Let's get some fundraising going. Please share, please donate if possible, and keep supporting local art. Thank you.
Yes. Let's show some love in the comments and in the live chat for Ty Kingsley. Awesome, awesome. First of all, how gifted are you to be able to just write songs on the fly like that? Like,
it's taken a long time to get to the level of pumping out songs. But I mean, listen, I've written like a million terrible songs, so it's taken me a long time to get this batch of songs together. So don't be fooled by the fact that I'm releasing one a month. This has been a slow build for me, for sure.
Isn't that artistry in general, though? Like, how many times do we bump and bruise and create and mess up until we get it right? Which is why you all need to support us while we are in this process. Yes, head on over to the arts. Thank you so much for your gift. I enjoyed your set. It was wonderful. I'm probably going to be calling you because I can always use somebody on guitar.
I hope so. Give me a call anytime.
So wonderful. Thank you for sharing your gift with us on today.
Thank you very much for having me.
You all are just tuning in. Hopefully you were already engaged with us today. Next up, we have our interview with the city council. This is going to be interesting. So I am here for this interview facilitated by Erlina Ortiz and James Jackson, who have been integral in this process today. I'm looking forward to this interview that will be going on for the next hour. Let's welcome them in.
Hello, 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 hello. Thank you so much. Nicole, you are just killing it right now. I'm having so much fun watching you.
Yes, I'm having fun being here.
Thank you so much to city council members and also the arts and culture task force members who have joined us today, to talk about yourselves, to talk about the arts, to talk about how the community of Philadelphia can stay in contact with you. James, do you want to start us off? Yes. Okay, so I'll get us started. My name is Erlina Ortiz. My pronouns are she, her. And we like to popcorn things around here. So I'm just going to call on someone and then you just call on somebody else and we'll just go from there. Okay. So I'm going to call on Council Member Jamie Gauthier.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Councilmember Jamie Gauthier. I represent Philadelphia's 3rd District, which includes much of West and Southwest Philadelphia. And I'm going to call on James Jackson.
Well, thank you. Thank you for calling on me. I am James Jackson, executive producer of Light Thief Productions. I am an activist, and I reached out to all of you all because I really like talking to City Council, as you all know. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm going to popcorn it over to Sierra.
Thank you, James. Hi, everybody. My name is Sierra Lambert. I am the co-chair of the Arts and Culture Task Force, and I go by she and her. I'm happy to be here. So I will do the easy thing and pass it over to my co-chair, Raheem.
I was going to do the same thing. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Raheem Manning. I go by he, his. I am co-chair of the Arts and Culture Task Force, and I'm also CEO of the Weekender Experiences, which is my brand and my company. I'm going to popcorn it over to a good friend of mine, Councilman O.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm David O., Councilman at Large, citywide, and I chair Council's Committee on Global Opportunities and the Creative Innovative Economy, and I go by he, him, his. And I'll pass it on to my good friend, Councilwoman Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Thank you. Oh, hi, Maria Quinones Sanchez, the councilperson in the 7th Councilmanic District. Have the pleasure of working with many of you. I go by she, her, and we all need some music and some culture, Lord knows, with everything that's going on. So thank you for this invitation and a very different type of conversation.
And I'll just popcorn it to Councilmember Thomas's Jackie Golden.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I'm with Councilmember Isaiah Thomas's office. We have been doing a lot of work with the Arts and Culture Task Force. So I, as a newly graduate and recent hire within the office, am so excited to continue learning about all these great things. And I am going to give it to Taylor.
Hi, everyone. Taylor Dawkins, Chief of Staff for Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson. It's great to be here with you all. I'm on my phone, so it's hard for me to see who else is on the call. If somebody can pass it on for me.
I think we have Carmela Green left. Not everybody turned on. If I haven't requested you turn on your camera by now, you can feel free to turn on your camera and I will add you to the broadcast.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmela Green. I am the Labor and Community Liaison for Councilmember at Large Isaiah Thomas. Happy to be here. I go by she, her. And I am going to pass it on to Gabby Sanchez.
I believe Gabby's not on the call right now, even though she's in it.
Oh, okay.
Kendra Brooks, I believe, hasn't gone yet, right?
Oh, yeah, Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much, Carmela. I am Kendra Brooks. I am Councilmember at Large for the City of Philadelphia. I go by she, her pronouns, and I will pass it over to Nicole Stacie.
Nicole is our host, and so yeah, this gets a little confusing when we have all the behind the scenes folks. It's all right, no worries. Let us move on. I believe that is all the introductions. If I missed anyone, feel free to pop yourself in the chat and let me know that I missed you. I apologize. And we wanted to just, let you know that the style for this conversation that we wanted to have was just very conversational. We want you all to feel free to hop in anytime, and just we want the folks watching to get to know you. We had 11,000 folks watch our last broadcast, so we want folks watching to get to know you, get to know who you are, get to know what you do, and get to know how to talk to you. I talk to you guys all the time. And I'm very persistent and annoying, I know. But we wanted to ask, we want to ask you here, get some understanding of how you guys interact with arts and culture. And Erlina has some topics and questions that she's going to delve into next.
Yes, so, okay. I'm an arts nerd. I have been since probably I was born, since I came out of the womb. I played a plastic guitar in kindergarten at a concert. And pretty much any time in my life where I was feeling like I'm out of place, I don't fit in, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know what my life means, the arts in some way helped me, push me forward in my life. So my trajectory is I love the arts. I wanted to be an artist, and now I'm an artist. So it's not that exciting of a trajectory, except for I thought I was just going to be a performer, and now I'm a playwright and a director, and I do all these other things in the arts as well. So it has grown from what I thought that I would be as a child. But my curiosity is for all of you, whoever wants to jump in first. Did you always know that you were going to serve in public office? And if not, what did you think you were going to be when you grew up?
I'll hop in. This is Councilmember Brooks. I've always loved arts, but I thought I was going to be a doctor when I grew up. Like, that was my dream. So it's about serving people, but just in a different way. I never, even as a grown-up, thought I would be a politician.
So you never thought you'd be a politician at all? Like, that wasn't even like on your radar?
No, somebody asked me 3 years ago. I would have told them no.
That's awesome. What
was it though?
Yeah, what was it?
What was it that made you go, okay, this is the thing that I have to do?
Well, I've always been a fighter, and I think what urged me to run was I got tired of people telling me no. And things can't happen. I've never been one to take no for an answer. So I wanted to be a part of the solution. So I decided to run for office, but that was my passion. I got tired of doors being closed in my face and just feeling like on the outside and not able to make the changes that I wanted to see.
I see a lot of nodding around. Councilmember Gauthier, you're nodding pretty vigorously.
I didn't always know that I wanted to be a council person or in government specifically, but I've known for at least the last decade. And I've always known that I wanted to do some form of community service and, and give back to my community. My dad is a lawyer, but I think my dad's more of an activist than he is a lawyer. And so I watched him, as a very young person. And, when I initially graduated, I was an accountant and I worked for DuPont, which is like a huge corporation. And I did that for a few years and realized that that wasn't meaningful to me. And then I went back to school for urban planning and worked in nonprofits for a long time. But it became apparent to me that government is where the real levers of change are, especially for what I want to do, which is help people to build the neighborhoods and the communities that they want to live in, right? And so being a district council member was especially appealing to me. And I'm from the district. I was born in the district that I serve in now. So I've known for quite some time.
Awesome. Councilmember O, I saw you nodding pretty vigorously too. You approached it similarly?
The opposite. My dream as a little boy was to one day be the next Perry Mason, judge for the defense. I wanted to be a lawyer. And as time went by, I got my chance. And it was my dream to build a law firm and do all these wonderful things as a lawyer who did good and made a lot of money too. So I wanted to be rich and do good things. And my transition point was that I had done many things, from, like, as an attorney, wanting to fill in the gaps. I was on the board of Nazareth Hospital, Hahnemann University, Community College, Montjade Science and Technology, First Commercial Bank, a bunch of places, Walnut Street Theater, WYBE Public Television. And I eventually found myself introspecting that I was building a golden calf to honor myself, the law firm David O. And it caused me to think that God had blessed me and that I was not using his blessings and gifts well. And one day I heard on the radio that riverboat gambling was going to bring all these jobs to Philadelphia and reverse the economy downturn. And I said to myself, that's just not true. And somebody should say what's true. And that's how I ended up running for office.
Awesome.
I'll go next. So I should have known when I started translating as soon as I could read in the community that I would be doing some sort of public service. Thought I was going to be an accountant like Councilmember Gautier, and quickly found out that I hated numbers. I like people more. But ironically, I was a CEO at 27, and budgets and finance continue to follow me, and that's where I'm the most effective. I'm now chair of appropriations, and I like to use my authority there to push us to have a budget that becomes our moral document about who we are and who we want to be and aspire to be. So I'm also the how, not the no person, and I understand that money helps the how happen quicker.
So Sierra and Raheem, can you just real quick tell us a little bit about yourselves, what background you're coming from, and why you? Oh, we have one other person. Sorry, does anybody else want to share about? Welcome, hello, Councilmember Helen Gim. Thank you for being here with us. I don't want to put you immediately on the spot since you just jumped in, but right now we're talking about, what did you think you were going to be when you grew up, and was it being in public office? And if not, then like why did you decide to join public office? So anyone who hasn't shared and wants to, this is your time.
I'm not the only one who hasn't shared, am I? How old am I when you're asking the question, Erlina?
Like little Helen at 8 years
Little
old.
Helen wanted to be Wonder Woman with really great boots. I think that was it. And then I think when I was older, maybe I thought I'd be a journalist. I thought like storytelling could save the world. And, you know, I don't know that I really like dreamed of elected office, but I've come to realize that most of my work felt very political anyway. So it wasn't, you know, once you kind of recognize that life is political and being a woman is political and being a, you know, having an immigrant family is political, then, you know, you learn to accept the world, you know, being political in good ways.
Yep, the world is politics. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, I know you just joined as well, and I popped you on the screen there. So what brought you into politics? Where did you begin your ambitions?
So actually, when I was in high school, I wanted to be a teacher. So when I went to college, I was a secondary education, social studies major at Westchester, and I really wanted to be a principal, but you have to be a teacher first. So I did have the opportunity to teach in the school district upon graduation from college through emergency certification, and I taught math and computer science transitional math and algebra 1, and then computer science. And it was a wonderful opportunity to have a great impact on our young people and on the next generation of leaders and those who will be in positions of leadership and responsibility in the future. But I also learned working at Overbrook that not everybody's life story was like mine. And Raheem, I know you were one of the students there when I taught at Overbrook, but it really helped to open up my world significantly and really made me yearn to help people. And that's what I love to do. I love helping people. I think constituent services is one of the most important jobs we have to do, and being responsive to the people that we serve. So really working at Overbrook, it just opened my world a lot more, and I wanted to help people in their everyday lives. So while I was working at Overbrook, I was in grad school and I was volunteering and interning in council, but never thought that I would be an elected official. I just always liked to be the worker. And as fate would have it, here I am. So that's how I got started. I really always wanted to be a principal and a teacher. And, you know, I'm just honored to be able to do this and help people every day.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, then we have a couple of artists, activists, aside from us us two. There's 4 of us on here. Raheem, Ciara, what brought you into being artists and activists for a living?
I guess Raheem, you don't mind if I go first? So I'm probably gonna break it up and add something that people probably didn't expect me to say, but when I was younger, I just wanted to be Lil' Kim. I thought she was, I just thought that she was so boisterous. She, like, it wasn't even that I understood what her lyrics was saying, whereas what it meant. It was just more what her role meant to me as a woman in a traditionally male-dominated space. And so I'm going to say that as a rapper in the city, my 9-year-old self is very happy. But what really got me interested in what I'm doing now with the Arts and Culture Task Force is that as being a rapper, I've participated in a lot of events in the city, especially fundraising events. I know that there was a time we did, I'm not even going to say the whole name of it because it's a little bit inappropriate, but it was called P Claps Back, and we basically raised money for Planned Parenthood here in Philadelphia, and I was really happy about all of the work that we've done with that. So let me just say that in my experience, I've always been that person on the outside. I never really thought about politics or how any of that worked. I to be honest, I didn't understand it. But with COVID, I made it a point to understand it because I wanted all the people that I serve in my community to know how to advocate for themselves. So I started by just trying to figure out when the next city council meeting was and how I could be a part of it and how I can take whatever it is that I've learned there and translate it to, you know, my community via Instagram or whatever and state my opinions. And from that, they had, I know Councilmember Gilmore Richardson and Councilmember Thomas had a disadvantaged communities task force, and out of that they put together a series of events, and I showed up and I talked my stuff, and then eventually the Arts and Culture Task Force came out of that meeting. So that's how I got in there.
All right. So myself, I am from West Philly to Best Philly, Overbrook High School. Shout out Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. I went to undergrad in Clark Atlanta University. And it's funny, when I graduated from Overbrook, I wanted to get as far away from Philly as I could, right? Because I wanted to see how people outside of Philly thought. And the further away I went from Philly, the more I wanted to be back. And so I have a travel company, as I said earlier, and I'm a world traveler. I've been to over 200 cities worldwide. And at every city, none of them compare to the authenticity of Philadelphia. So when I moved back and I went to grad school here and I teach here as well, worked here, And I ended up starting my own company for Philadelphia professionals to kind of give them that travel experience. But my thing was like, I wanted to show people outside of Philly, like how great we have it here. Let's go travel, let's go have a great time. But everywhere you go, it's always like, this is as real as Philly, or, you know, you have that love for the city. So that's how I'm pretty involved in the city. I'm super involved at Overbrook. I'm on several boards for foundations that give out scholarships to Overbrook High School students. I give out scholarships to other students around the city through Clark Atlanta University Alumni Association, in which I serve on the board as well. So I stay my ear to the streets, basically, and how I can help and where I can empower. The way I got involved in the Arts and Culture Task Force was, you know, just following Sierra. If you guys know Sierra, she knows everybody. She's like the main connector in the city. Like, she's 1 degree separated from everybody in this city. And so when Councilman Gilmore Richardson and Councilman Thomas were hosting these community Zooms, like, I was getting on there, and you know, my nickname is like Great Debater. I debated in high school. I did mock trial, and I held 2 city championships and state championships for mock trial in high school. So like, when we're on there and I get to talking like passionate, I think the Councilman Gilmore Richardson was there when I was talking about the funding and the COVID relief for people like myself, right? I'm a non-traditional artist. I'm a culture curator. You know, I'm a nightlife entrepreneur. And so a lot of the relief that was coming out for COVID-19 for small businesses, which I am, and for artists, missed the mark on both points. And like the small business relief had a brick and mortar requirement on a lot of it. So I didn't qualify for that because I'm a virtual digital business. And then the artist relief was more for nonprofit artists, and I'm a for-profit entity. So it's like, how do we bridge the gap on, you know, such a large market of the culture here in Philly, and we were missing them. And I think just with Councilman Thomas and Councilman Gilmore Richardson, you know, listening, and then eventually Councilman David O and Councilmember Brooks and a ton of other people are listening. Now we're having a conversation about how we can help people like me who are straddling the line between artists and business person. And it's been a great experience just advocating for this community. It's, of course, James, you know, I feel like we talk so much now. It's like regular conversation about how what's going on in this city. So I'm honored to be here and just represent the Arts and Culture Task Force in the community.
That excitement and what you just said, that it's such a great experience being able to represent the community. I would love to know from other council members, what is the thing that excites you so much that you love about representing your community, that gets you up every day to do your work? And then also, what's the thing that makes you hate it, that's the most difficult to navigate being in public office? And Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, if you'd like to start us off.
Sure. So I think the part that I love is, again, the ability to help people and really effectuate necessary change that improves their quality of life, particularly in their local neighborhoods and their communities. I would say, if I'm being honest, the part that I don't like the most, I think because simply around the way I was raised, and you know, my mom was a pastor. I grew up in a very religious household, is I don't like the politics. I don't, you know, for me, it is what it is. So that part of it is what you have to kind of get used to, kind of navigating the politics and, you know, folks sort of additional political ambitions, because I really just want to help people and want to make a difference in their lives. But outside of that, you know, I think it's just a wonderful opportunity to effectuate change.
Preach. I am so bad at navigating politics, which is funny because I could talk to all you guys. I think it's just because I'm blunt and I just tell people what I think. What you know, like I don't know. I just try and get things done. I see a problem and then I just try and get things done. What's it like? You know, like what are some of the big problems that you've seen, Councilmember O, that you just try and get something done?
I think there are issues that everybody knows. Everybody knows, and everybody knows it's an issue. And the question is, who has offered a solution? Start with education. If you go to a U.S. post office, everyone looks the same. You get the same service, whether you're in a rich neighborhood or a poor neighborhood. But if you go to a school, they can be dramatically different and unfair. The choices: one school has an orchestra, the other school doesn't. One school does maritime, the other one doesn't. but they're not catered to who wants them. It's just what's kind of available, or in a lottery, or what zip code you're in. And it's the same thing for jobs. People need a job. And I think the thing that I try to work on in addressing gun violence, homicide, poverty, I think the main thing that I try to do as best I can is look at the inner person. I believe that if you focus on the inner person, you will address many issues. That's why education and jobs and purpose are very important. That's why music, arts, and culture are critical to the development of that inner person, who they want to be, what they aspire to be, how fulfilled they are. You know, the city, to me, yeah, it's great if we have some beautiful tall buildings, but that's not what makes a great city. What makes a great city are happy, fulfilled people working together who can tolerate each other and encourage each other's differences and aspire to do something that's good for all of us. So that's the thing that I try to focus on in addressing these questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's super important. Having arts in society allows us to hold disparate ideas in our head. It allows us to think about things that from a nebulous area, and allows us to pull in new information in ways that aren't necessarily just straight rote taught to us. And
gain empathy. Empathy is the big word there, I think.
Yeah, it's a huge one. You know, again, feel free to jump in, everyone. I don't want to, like, you know, keep just like calling on folks.
I can add to like Councilman David O's like sentiment, and I heard this from Councilman Gilmore Richardson and Council Member Gilmore Richardson and Councilman Thomas as well, which I thought was such a great outlook that you guys have. Is that you know, Councilman Gilmore Richardson, please chime in on this as well, because you know you guys brought this up when they were listening to some of the things that were happening. It was like, tell us the story, and I was like, okay, but I'm telling you what the issue is, and they were like, no, tell us the story, because stories is what are what is going to spark the change. People relate to your story and want to fix the issue, and I thought even like what Councilman David O said, I think that's important, because a lot of times when we get into politics, especially if you know we're looking at big DC politics and looking at all that, people are forgetting the story of the people in these cities, people in the art and culture community, particularly who are advocating for, like the artist who is making ends meet by performing at clubs, by performing in nightlife stuff, and then everything shut down and nobody's hearing their story. Everybody's like, oh, there's a pandemic, oh, there's an economic downturn, oh, the budget's messed up, let's just see where we can cut dollars and cents. But are you listening to the story? So to hear that we have some elected officials that are like listening to the stories and navigating that way, I thought that was very encouraging for the work that me, Sierra, and I are doing. And it made me feel like, you know, you guys are actually, you know, ready to listen to us and to do some work. But, you know, I know, like, I'll pass it to Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, because she was the one that kind of broke that down with Councilman Thomas. And I thought that was an amazing outlook on how to affect change.
And I also think is telling your story is a powerful way to show that we are all more alike than we are different. So we all don't really know each other's stories. And I think that's a helpful way to bridge gaps and really find consensus and common ground when you're legislating and thinking about how different things can impact members of your community. So for me, I think storytelling is just so powerful because of that reason. So I always encourage everyone to share your story, because you never know, you know, what's behind the mirror, per se.
If I can build on what was said earlier and also refer back to the original question, one of the things that I really, really love about Philadelphia, and this is more of like a, I guess, a personal outlook on the way Philadelphia is that Philadelphia, no matter how many people move here, no matter how many things happen, I think that there is a blue collar approach to teamwork. And I really, really love that about this city. I love that everybody can get so grassroots and how everybody just has this extreme loyalty to the city. That is what I love. The downside to that, or I don't even want to call it the downside to that, but one of the things that I hope that we end up getting better at is respectability politics. And that's because I feel like what happens in these situations, and again, I'm piggybacking off of what both Raheem and David O and Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson is saying, when we're talking about stories, I think that stories are very, very important because stories help us to connect. But I really hope that moving forward and that people feel encouraged to communicate with each other on every different level. I mean, there's so many different language barriers, and I don't mean like, you know, English versus Spanish versus, you know, that's not what I'm saying. There's language barriers when it comes to how informed people are about how to affect change in their community, whether we're talking about policy or anything like that. I wish that there was a way to bring because you can bring everyone to the table, but if everybody doesn't understand what we're talking about at the table, it's not going to be effective. And so it is important to me that we start to work on that language, work on that connection, because I think that's how we get more people involved. And again, I love how people look at this. We're at the digital rally for Philly. Like, Philly represents Philly hard everywhere. We can come in here and talk about each other to each other, but when we leave, we are a united front. Everybody in Philly will tell you Philly is the best place for whatever it is, especially when it comes to arts and culture. So I just hope that we as a community can break down some of those language barriers so that we all can move forward, because I'm sure that's something that everybody wants to do.
Oh, James, apparently we can't hear you on the stream. So I'm gonna just jump in real quick and say welcome to Council Member Isaiah Thomas and Council Member Mark Squilla. Hello, welcome, welcome. We were talking about our communities and about what is the best thing about serving our communities and what's the most difficult to navigate. And then we got into a conversation about the arts, and I'm curious to know what art. I know there's some of you on here who have definitely engaged in art. So I'd love to know, what Philadelphia art have you engaged in? Do you go out to the clubs? Do you go to theater? Do you go to concerts? Like, what do you love about the arts in Philadelphia?
I mean, I could start. This is Councilmember Squilla. We have a subscription to the theater. Well, we haven't gone lately, obviously, since COVID. But it was always a once-a-month event to go out to a show. I also attended many concerts. But I think the secret of Philadelphia is the small class arts that we have in our venues, in our bars, where we have people who are either playing a one-man band or a couple people that are performing in a local tavern that really makes Philadelphia exciting. To me, that is the nature of why Philadelphia became an area where young people want to come, because we have access to so many people that are talented here in Philadelphia, and be able to share their talents with the people in and around the community is something that makes Philadelphia a special place. And it wouldn't happen without the people who are artistically involved. And also, if you look at some of the communities that the art has changed, we went in Old City, and now you see people that are sort of being displaced in Old City, but you see how artists have moved up into Frankfurt Avenue, to Kensington and Fishtown areas, and and how that has really added to the vibrancy of those communities. We need to continue that, but we also have to make sure we make it affordable, so that the artisans who go into these areas can afford to stay there as long as they want.
For me, there's something about arts in the park that is really a draw for me. I love to catch musical performances at the Man or at the Dell. And I also love the way that we can use art to activate our public spaces and to bring them alive. So like the West Park Arts Fest, for example, in West Fairmount Park, that brings, you know, local artists from all over our city, is one of my favorite events. I've been at events in our city's historic houses. And most of the time, you know, I mean, most of the time they can be a little boring, the historic homes, but there's something about having arts in them that bring them alive and that make them more than just a museum, right? Or a history project. And so I love the way that we can use art to activate our public spaces and also to give them an identity and to bring people together.
I've been a big fan of arts in schools. So I think the last play that I had a chance to see was teachers and students talking about something called School Stories. And it was done, I'm gonna blank on where it was, but it was a great little place in South Philly, beautiful theater, and just, you know, it was really wonderful to see young people working together. And it's a reminder of how important that our arts rely on our public schools. We do not have an art is, though mandated by the state constitution, is not guaranteed in every public school. It's actually supposed to be art, music, dance, and theater available in every public school in every grade. And that has not happened, though we are working hard to hold the school district accountable to that. But, you know, it's transformative to have a theater class. It's transformative to have a dance class in school. And those are the kinds of things that I'd love to see really celebrated, highlighted. And so if we have a chance to support arts in schools and performances at the high school level and middle school level and elementary school level, I'm excited to be there.
What have you all been hearing from the communities that you represent? What do you, like, you know, do you hear about the arts a lot? Do you hear that we need arts funding? Does that story resonate? Or is that just something that's you know, because I'm an arts geek, that's what I'm interested in?
I could add something to that. This is Mark School again, real quick, and just to being on the cultural board. Yes, we hear it a lot. We hear how much funding is. We hear that how much it is needed, I should say, and we also hear that there's never enough resources. And so we constantly, every year, have to fight to make sure, you know, our arts and culture organizations stay alive. You know, this year was a major cut, and they even cut a whole department. So it was a major blow to the arts community. But with council helping to fight for it, we were able to get some resources back. But arts and culture, especially in my district, in the first district, when we give out our grants, it's hundreds of organizations where they get not that much money, but having those operational expenses to be able to be paid, and that grant allows them to work for the whole year. And so we need to continue that. We need to even increase that, and we need to do whatever we can to make sure the arts and culture stays alive in the city of Philadelphia. So it's a big push, and we do get a lot of emails from the arts community requesting that.
I'll jump in after that. Just to introduce myself, how's everybody doing? Good evening, colleagues. I'm Councilmember Isaiah Thomas. I think we do hear you, for sure. I don't think that's a question at all. It's impossible not to hear you. I think one of the issues that we're facing is right now, especially last year, my first year in council, we were very limited in what we can do as far as allocating resources with a very thin budget. And while we do hear you very, very loud and clear, I think that there are some other important people in the city of Philadelphia who we also hear very loud and clear as it relates to them not having the necessary resources that's needed for them to do their job and do their job to the best of their ability. And I could talk about anything from our municipal workers who take care of the trash, to our teachers who feel like they deserve a raise, sitting with Quiara Bradford Gray and her asking for more money for the public defender's office. We can also look at District Attorney Krasner and the concerns that he has. He feels like his budget is very limited. So I think part of the reason why, shameless plug, we asked for the Arts and Culture Task Force and working with my colleagues on council, and so we can have that consistent voice that puts us in a position where we're concurrently hearing from the arts and culture community, because we did hear you loud and clear. I don't think that there was another community that could say that they were louder than the arts and culture community as it relates to the last budget. But for us to put us in a position where we can effectively manage our budget, but simultaneously put as much as we can into this industry, because we know when the arts and culture industry is doing well, the city is doing well. So we recognize, and I talked to all of my colleagues, at least the ones who are on this call at some point, about the work of the arts and culture community. We recognize that as we stimulate this economy will stimulate the city. I just ask that those in the arts and culture community be patient with us as it relates to the financial side, because it's going to take us some time. But we hear you, we recognize your concern. And honestly, you know, my challenge to the arts and culture community for the last couple months has been, you know, we need more creative and innovative ideas. We need more legislation and recommendations as it relates to what we can do to better service the community in the city of Philadelphia without just providing dollars. We hear you loud and clear with the dollars, but I think that there are some other things that I've listened to myself as it relates to the work that I've been doing, listening to the arts and culture community, that could be done. So the more ideas that we can have that talks about equity, inclusion, tax exemptions, different positions within the city of Philadelphia, all of those things help us better govern. As far as me as an artist, what am I into? I'm a hip hop guy, big time hip hop. You know, I used to rap. Nah, I'm lying. Never did. But I also like spoken word. Spoken word is really dope. My wife and I are really also into R&B. I used to work at Sankofa for a significant amount of time. So we're actually big on art in the truest sense of being, of painting and sculpting and things of that capacity. So I love the arts and culture community. I have no talent. My level of intellect, just that side of the brain isn't the best for me. But I do appreciate what you all do. And thank you.
Well, thank you. That was quite a monologue there. You could come out.
It was a hello.
You can come out to PDC. I'm the vice president of the Philadelphia Dramatist Center. You can come out for our happy hours and read a character or two. Then you can get a little more involved in the arts. All right. We'd appreciate it. I know I'm trying to get more people of color as Black and Indigenous members to the PDC. So drop on by. It's always free to come to happy hour. So and we'd love to have you. I know Erlina is saying that we saw Councilmember Brooks unmute for a second there. Was there something specific that you were trying to say?
No, I just wanted to kind of chime in to the conversation about arts and culture. So, like, for me, I love music. I mean, any kind of music. And it's just, you know, if some of you guys are not old enough to remember that song, I love music, any kind of music. But, you know, I think from hip hop to R&B to jazz to folk music, you know, I can get a little bit into the techno, but as I get older, I can't handle it as much. And my children dance and have danced. I danced when I was younger. And then on the culture side, I
want to see Councilmember Brooks. I want to see you in an EDM party, I swear.
Listen, I like to dance. I like to party.
What y'all asked for.
I love jazz. I love live music. Councilmember Gautier talking about music outside. I love New Orleans just for that you can go anywhere and get live music and enjoy it. And I love it in Center City where we have like pop-up artists on the corner and just like music and art it gives me life. It always kind of renews my spirit. And when I'm saying who I'm hearing from it all because my children range from 30 to 12. So, you know, my daughters have friends who are hip hop artists and folks that sing gospel. I grew up in the church. We have an amazing songstress on this line. I'm gonna call her out. Carmela has an amazing voice, and she come from a family of folks with amazing voices. And I grew up on her mom's voice in church. So, you know, it's like deep into who I am, even though I can't sing a lick. I used to sing alto on the choir. Actually was directed by Isaiah's mother. She was on the choir with us. So it's like, you know, it's part of who we are and who I am, at least. So when I think about our conversation that I had with Sierra and Raheem, kind of was the first time I connected policy in the arts community. And, you know, I appreciate that conversation we had, because that was the first time it kind of connected in my mind as an entity, like the need for legislation to make sure that it's protecting artists here in Philly, and making sure our Philly artists have an opportunity to grow and thrive here in our city and be appreciated. Like, for me to say I have to travel to New Orleans, like I should be able to just go right wherever and enjoy.
I mean,
good.
Philly was one of the founding cities of jazz, right?
Yeah, but it's not. We right now, that's not what I'm. You know, we need to find a way to restore that, and I think that's important. And to Councilmember Gim's point around music education, like, you know, where do young people have the opportunity to cultivate their craft, whether it's painting, whether it's music, whether it's singing, whether it's, you know, craft, whatever. Our education system has not created an outlet for young people to do that. And we have to have more than just a Kappa by the time you get to high school. You know, most musicians and drummers I know started in church at like 7 and 8 or younger, right? I think one of the young women that spoke early said she played the guitar, you know, at 5 years old. Where are the opportunities for our young folks to continue this craft? And for some of them, it comes natural. So, you know, I'm with Councilmember Thomas, like whatever we can do to make sure that we are preserving and securing our arts culture here in Philadelphia is so very important. And I mean that, like I said, all of it, like all the things that make Philadelphia the place where Raheem always wants to come back to, right? I'm still here, you know, like I enjoyed in other places, but it would be amazing if we can, you know, brag about those same things at home. So that's why I'm here. And that's why, you know, I show up for things like this, because I appreciate Raheem and Sierra giving me the opportunity to envision, you know, the arts community in a way that I'd never thought of before.
Councilmember Sanchez, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think that, you know, for those of us who've learned to appreciate art the way I have, you know, for art is so important in schools and in our community and our public spaces, because they tell our story, and our stories are very powerful, even when they're very dramatic, right? And helping young people process our trauma, our challenges through those stories, right? They have an opportunity to create an identity, whether it's Fifth Street North, Fifth Street South, right? It tells the story of a neighborhood that was there. And I think for too long, when we thought of art, because we have the wonderful Philadelphia Museum and all these other things, we think of that kind of traditional art, and we have forgotten all of these great neighborhood-based, you know, and that's why for me, spaces and open and identifying public spaces and creating, naming them after people and artistic spaces and within them becomes so important. But I think at this moment in time, as we try to hear each other and listen to each other, I think art can play such a powerful role in us talking and listening to each other about what kind of Philadelphia we can be, right? Like how we envision. And I know many times when we talk about these things, we're always talking about it in a negative term. What I've learned with artists is that for them, it really is not that deficit model. It is about the strength in people's trauma and the strength in who we are. And so I'm glad that council folks are, you know, you can appreciate that, but it should be in everything that we do in our neighborhoods, in every, you know, kids should see themselves and in that, whether it's the color, it's all of those things. So it's real important. And, you know, the last few years, we've really tried to expand how the city is viewed art in the arts and culture world, so that it's, you know, downtown is important, don't get me wrong, you know, but the neighborhood place making in the neighborhoods is just so very important. I've seen some of the greatest artists in the smallest places, and now they're big famous artists. I've had the opportunity to buy the first piece of an artist who's just coming out. We host a gallery session for an artist coming out, you know, and finding their space. So there's so many opportunities, and we can't get it lost in the conversation about what we invest. The return on investment is there.
Awesome. So thank you so much. Oh, Erlina was gonna, but I'll do it. Councilmember, you wanted to jump in. I didn't want to ignore you there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did want to talk a little bit about policy because I have been doing this since 2011. 2011, I got elected really off of a several terms of talking about the creative, innovative economy and using all the attributes of a city 24/7 in a way that was attractive and building. And so when I got elected, I met Darrell Clark before I was sworn in, and I told him that our city needs a committee that deals with global opportunities and a creative, innovative economy. And he picked up the phone and he made the committee. And then later, to my surprise, he made me the chairman. Why I told him we need this is because I was going up to New York because there was a delegation in from China, an investment delegation. You had to have $50 million cash in the bank to be in this delegation, ready to invest. They went to New York, they went to Chicago. They did not come to Philadelphia, and they do not come to Philadelphia. We miss all that. And what are they investing in? I went to Korea in 2014 and met with the CEO of SM Entertainment, the largest talent agency for K-pop artists. K-pop was a fairly disrespected form of music that was kind of like not welcome in America, although people liked it. But today, it's a global phenomenon. The CEO of SM Entertainment wanted to establish a relationship with Philadelphia, but our city was not interested. I went to the Pennaport Rock Festival in Busan to pitch Philadelphia artists, where Busan pays for your travel, pays for you to come in, pays for your hotel, so you can get on a global platform. This is the struggle of dealing with the arts in Philadelphia. When people talk about eds and meds, they don't talk about vacation, relaxing, a night out, having dinner and wine. They talk about health and business and serious issues. But when people talk about arts and culture, it's in the context of I'm going to go enjoy entertainment. And for that reason, in my opinion, arts and culture is extremely belittled in this city. It is one of the biggest economic engines that we have. And when you talk about equal opportunity, you will find far more opportunity in arts and culture than you will in eds and meds. I mean, honestly, people will have to go to school, get educated. Not everybody can afford that. And what about people who've made mistakes in their life, who have done time in prison, for example, who can do spoken word, who can write music? They can do many things if given the opportunity. If not in Philadelphia, they have to go someplace else, and that's a shame. Our puny little disrespectful budget of $4.1 million is nothing. It's just $15,000 grants to nonprofits. But the idea of putting in a fund that will launch Philadelphia for fashion, for small batch manufacturing, for dealing with the changes in the music and art and television around COVID. When I look at Netflix, what do I see? Films from Korea, films from China, television dramas where they don't have COVID, where they have the technology. We have opportunities to collaborate. But really, I mean, when you look at the size of, and I'm just talking about Philadelphia, our region at 4.1 billion, but Philadelphia, 3.4 billion. 930 or 990, depending on how you look at it, million in household income. That's the number I care about. How much money is going into someone's pocket and going into their home? And what about the city? $157 million in annual revenues. This is a major economic engine. It is something that is an equal opportunity provider. It reaches so many people. It brings language and culture into one setting. It's soul to soul, heart to heart. So many things have to be done with this. So what kind of budget should we have for arts? $40 million. $40 million
asking for
art fund
1%.
now.
Yeah,
We're saying
asking
1%.
for
Opening statement, $40 million. Why? Because I'm making that opening statement. I'm just saying that this city, honestly, you know, and with no disrespect, but with some tremendous indignation, what mayor of what city puts 0 as the number for their city's arts budget? It's unheard of. It's ridiculous. People around the world cannot believe it. I urge the mayor and our council, look at the arts for what they are. I urge our state legislature, look at the arts for what are our biggest problems: education, violence, homelessness, poverty, drug addiction, depression. You go through the list. Are we going to reach them? In what manner do we create jobs? We're not doing factories. We're doing the creative, innovative economy through global collaborations, and that's what we need to do.
Go off, Council Member O.
I mean, you see it as an economic issue, and I see it as I'm an entrepreneur. I see it as an economic issue and a social issue, and it touches on all of those. The arts touch on all of those things that we need to improve in this city that you mentioned. It is 2 of 7. We already had a couple of council members that needed to run, but I really want to thank you all for spending so much time with us, spending so much time with the arts and the arts community of Philadelphia. And I want to thank Sierra and Rahim for, being at the forefront of an arts and culture task force. And I want to thank Councilmember O for always representing the arts since you've been in council. I want to thank Councilmember Quinones Sanchez and Kendra Brooks and Isaiah Thomas and Councilmember Gilmore Richardson and a lot of people to thank. Councilmember Gim and did I forget?
Councilmember Squilla.
Councilmember Squilla, thank you.
And Councilmember Jamie Gaudier.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You almost had a quorum here.
You could have voted on something. No, but obviously we are getting the message across. And we are here specifically for that point, just to get the message across. And we invited you, like I said in the beginning, just so that people know who you are, know that communicating with you as people is important.
And it doesn't have to be scary or like, oh my gosh, like I think that's how some people feel about communicating with council. So thank you for letting us all see that you're just people.
I mean, I hope you all don't feel tortured or harangued by us. I really appreciate your time, and we're gonna let you go so that we can get to the rest of the 24-hour rally. Please tune in. We have folks that. Some of the folks that are watching our rally will be tagging you in things that they think that you'll find interesting, and watch it. We're out here creating art and providing culture and providing a window into that, and so we really appreciate you coming out, yeah, if there's any last thoughts anybody has, feel free to drop them in, and we'll hold the floor open for you for another couple minutes.
Thank you for doing this. We would not have had the Save Our Stages funding if it wasn't for advocacy from people like you. There will not be an elevation of what you're doing without people like you organizing, bringing everyone together. That's the one thing that matters to you on this, that we all agree that this needs to be lifted up to the level of respect and funding that it deserves. Anyway, thank you for what you do, and to all my colleagues, this is a tough job, and I hope we will do a great job for you with this budget.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
I want to say on behalf of Sierra and I and the Arts and Culture Task Force, first of all, it's amazing to be in this room with so many just champions of change in the city. I felt special, but we appreciate you guys supporting our efforts to raise awareness, to get the word out, and to really just advocate, for the people that can't speak directly to you, the people that don't have the access, the people that are often left out of the conversations. That's who Sierra and I talk about all the time. Are we, worrying about the person who doesn't know what the Culture Alliance does? Are we worrying about the person who hasn't gotten a grant or received money from the Cultural Fund, right? Those are the people that we want to share their stories with you guys. And it's been amazing how receptive you guys have been. And with government and politics, it gets spent in circles a lot of times, but I feel like it's been an open arms thing since Sierra and I have taken the reins of the Arts and Culture Task Force, especially with the council members and council people on this call. So I appreciate you guys so much.
And so do I. And one last thing, as I want to give everybody an action item. I'm big about what happens after, where's the feedback, and that is what is the most important to me. So I know we as a task force had a Zoom meeting yesterday. We broke out into teams. The teams that we broke out into was Arts for Youth, Arts for individual artists and small organizations, trying to figure out what permanency looks like, and also what a nightlife governance looks like. If you have any ideas, you can, listen, I don't know how you guys want to do it. If you want to email actfsierra@gmail.com for your idea or to join a team, you can do that. I'm also on Instagram as Queen Joe Music. You can do that as well. If you want to shoot me an email, if you want to shoot me a critique or whatever, I like being an agitator, just so you guys know. If you need anybody to facilitate anything or whatever on your behalf, please feel free to reach out. No question is too big or too small. There are people who are willing to help you, and I'm just trying to give you an avenue. And I'm sure everybody here will probably feel the exact same way. If we can, DM them and tag them when the zero budget is out, right? You can also continue to reach out to them throughout the course of their time here, just like both, Erlina and James are doing for you guys, but it's so much bigger when everybody does it together. And that's all I have to say. But thank you guys for having me.
Thank you all. Thanks for having us. Take care.
Thank
wow,
you,
that was awesome.
Councilmember Brooks. And did you have anything else?
No. I was just multitasking here.
Just multitasking. I know the feeling. You should see my desktop right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we're going to bring it back over to Nicole Stacie. And we'll be talking about our next thing. Hold on a second. I just want to add myself to the second screen. We'll go to a little 3 up here. Don't run away just yet, Erlina. All right.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, should I go or should I stay?
No, stay. Oh, how wonderful. So glad to be back. Such an informative, very necessary discussion about advocacy in the arts that 1% is able to do so much. So we are back. Let's get this party reamped. To start off, because we had a whole hour of interviews, let us do some affirmations for artists. I am here for affirmations. I am here for calling things to be whatever you need them to be, and you got to speak those things into existence. So here are a couple, and I believe in realistic affirmations, because a lot of times people say these things that are all the way out of reach, but we're going to be very intentional and very realistic about what it is that we're calling for. So the first one is, I'm going to do 3 short ones, and then we're going to go right into our next guest.
Nicole, can I do the affirmations with you?
Sure, let us. I'm going to say the first one, and whatever you feel resonates with you, you can repeat that out into the atmosphere. So we as artists, creatives, curators, and even consumers of culture are worthy of accessible, enriching art, and to take part in making sure that those sharing their pieces are compensated for their time and talent. All right, which is why we are saving the arts. Okay, go on over to savethearts.com. The next one is, we are worthy of equity, inclusion, full acceptance, retribution, and recompense. We deserve to be seen, heard, and supported. With those coins.
We deserve to be seen, heard, and supported.
We don't use that word often, but in this case, we do deserve. We've been without for long enough. And the last one is, may we manifest all of the resources, coin, opportunities, and support needed for us to flourish, and that those who are able to support us will also receive everything they need to thrive, forgiving from themselves compassionately. So if that is resonating with you all out there, to be able to give, to be able to support artists, like Congressman David O said, your Netflix, your Hulu, all of the things that you are watching is artists. It's people behind the scenes. They're tech people that are making the world go around. All right. So With that said, yes, Erlina, take those affirmations with you. If this is recorded, please save them so that we can speak them again into the atmosphere. With that said, I'm thrilled to intro our next guest, who is now my new Facebook friend. Woo-hoo! I made a new friend, Al. Angeli Santiago, all right? She is an educator, an education coordinator, classroom champion. I tip my hat to you, new friend. Okay, because as a teaching artist, navigating lesson planning, just being in the room, Zoom, all things virtual in this Pandora that we have everlasting going on is incredibly exhausting and stressful. I know as a teaching and performing artist myself, it is super stressful. So I'm excited to hear what you have to share with us on today, your art and the interview that you will be doing. So get in those comments, like, share, and let's show some love for Angeli.
Hello, and thank you, Nicole, and to everyone who's contributed to making this digital rally a wild success. It has been amazing to follow all day and witness all the talent that's being showcased. My name again is Angeli Santiago. I'm an affiliated artist with Power Street Theater Company, and you may have seen me on stage with them as well. But today I'm here to share my belief that the arts can be for anyone and for everyone. We don't have to be trained to create art or to express ourselves artistically. There are many access points into the arts, from sketching, stitching, comedy, dancing, journaling, poetry, and more. I mean, those happy dances are expressions of joy and art. And yes, it does count. The most important part of the arts is that there's no wrong way to approach it, and there is no correct expression of it either. So just to quote a couple of places, according to an article from BeBrainFit.com, they say that the creative process relieves burdensome stress, encourages creative thinking, boosts self-esteem, and provides a sense of accomplishment. It can make you an all-around better and happier person. From mentalhealth.uk.org, they mention that engaging in arts, social activities, and interaction within our communities can help with major challenges such as aging and loneliness. It can help to boost confidence and make us feel more engaged and resilient. Besides these benefits, art engagement also alleviates anxiety, stress, and depression, which I can attest to myself that art can be healing. And to roll into that just a little bit more about how arts can be healing, it's wise to acknowledge that we are existing in a current state where trauma is real. The arts have the ability to be healing for students and adults. According to inservice.ascd.org, trauma impacts learning, and we know that a student who is under stress cannot achieve their highest potential. The arts combat both stress and trauma by enhancing positive emotions, building social connections, and providing nonverbal means of communication. As someone who's worked in the field of education for about 15 years, I can attest that I have witnessed to the healing power of the arts for youth. I remember fondly a young middle school student of mine who found it challenging to share his voice and speak in front of his peers. In order to communicate with him, I would either write down my message in a note and he would write back, or I would have to get close enough to allow him to whisper his response to me. We developed a relationship of trust over time. He was then assigned to my theater class, and I was unsure of how to proceed, honestly. Should I push him to the high expectations that I maintain for all other students, where they have speaking roles in the production, or do I meet him where he's at and give him another assignment that doesn't require public speaking? So I decided to take a chance and do both. I gave him a small non-speaking role on stage so he could partake in the journey of being part of the collective spirit. But I also assigned a role of assisting and creating and managing the props for the show. After lots of intentional trust-building exercises and hours of rehearsal, this student self-selected to add language to his role. I mean, long story short, he surprised everyone in the audience by openly sharing his voice. And I am a firm believer that the arts provided the safe space for him to take risks and push himself to reach and want for more. Personally, my connection to the arts started at a young age, and I never imagined that it would blossom into the path that I followed. My first access point into the arts was journaling, and that led to writing poetry unintentionally. It took years before I experimented with playing instruments and testing out my skills as an actress on stage and on camera. In writing, I found an access point to my emotions when I wasn't comfortable sharing it with others. I found the variety of depth that I could feel and experience, and it helped me to capture moments in time and get a deeper understanding of myself in the world. Culturally, I was able to use writing poetry to have a deeper connection to being Puerto Rican. Where I grew up, it was just me and my immediate family, and so the connection to the island and my culture felt really distant. My parents and my abuelos did their absolute best, but I still grappled with my cultural identity. When I was fortunate enough to be able to visit the island, I was overwhelmed with emotions, and writing helped me to express what I felt. I'd love to take a moment to share a sample of my writing inspired by the island with you now. It's bilingual, and I hope you enjoy the journey. Thank you in advance for listening. It's titled Longing for Puerto Rico. I'm longing for Puerto Rico. I want the flavors in my mouth, the coquí's lullaby, the shadows of the mountains, the breeze seducing my skin into complete submission. Family talking in Spanish, con pan sobao y un cafecito bien caliente hecho con amor. Isla de encanto, isla de mis sueños. I want to lose myself on the curves of your mountainside roads. I want to slip your greenery onto my body and feel a sense of home that nowhere can grant me. Let me float into your blue waters and never need more in the colors of your sun rising to spill its passions onto my skin, making my brown more earth-grown. I am longing for Puerto Rico. Extraño el morinquen. Dame un lipstick, el color de una flamboyant. Lléname con la comida de abuela. Límpiame con las aguas del yunque. Que será, será, pero todo es mejor con fritura. La seguridad de tener familia en cada casa del pueblo es tener en su vida los mejores abuelos. Extraño Puerto Rico. Ven aquí, papi, a comer mi cuchifrito, que es tan delicioso y fresquecito. Despacito, vamos a hacerle una playa en Puerto Rico. La dulcería del sueño caribeño. Conmigo siempre. Contigo totalmente. I am longing for Puerto Rico. Thank you for listening and sharing space with me. I believe that the arts are important because it creates community, healing, and connection as a human being with human beings. It creates vulnerability and risk-taking. And now, I'd love to welcome Liz Morales to start a conversation and dig deeper into how and why the arts can be accessible to those who don't identify themselves as professionals in the field. Liz, when you're ready, you can hop right on.
Hola.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you? You were awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always nerve-wracking, but it's nice.
It was very nice.
Thank you. So I can't thank you enough for sharing your time. And let's just start off getting a baseline, sharing more about what you do in your everyday life.
Well, my everyday life, I'm what's called a contract analyst. So I actually work for the city and I prepare contracts for the city. So that's my daily routine. Of course, now with the challenges of COVID, I am working from home.
And how's that going?
Well, I actually love it. I mean, if someone would have told me a year ago that I can manage doing this from home, not being a techie person, first of all, and having to do this all pretty much on my own at home, I would say, you're crazy. But I've been doing it almost for a year and I'm loving it.
That's good news.
Actually, I don't want to go back to work, to the office. I want to stay home.
That's awesome. I'm glad it's working out with you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's keep digging in a little bit further. What styles of art have you engaged with that were new to you?
Well, actually, the style of art that I engaged with was through Power Street Theater Company, and I did 2 of their writing workshops. So actually, Erlina and Gabby Sanchez were my 2 teachers in the different workshops. So that was cool for me. I've never done anything like that. It's interesting because I always tell everybody I don't have an artistic bone in my body. So it was kind of like twisting my elbow. Gabby, she kind of said, "Oh, you got, come on, let's just go do it and see." And I said, "Okay, I will give it one shot. I'll go to one class. I can't promise anything else." And I actually loved it. I was actually surprised. I surprised myself. I really thoroughly enjoyed it.
That's awesome. So then what inspired you to take that risk, to try something new? Because I know a lot of times people can avoid new situations, but you took it on. So what inspired you?
I really don't know. I guess I come from a family that a lot of the family is very artistic. Starting with my grandmother, she was a great writer, wrote poetry, my mother, my aunts. So I figured, well, let me give it a shot. I might have something in there too. and that's what I did. And it actually surprised myself. Yes.
Awesome. It's a wonderful thing to be able to surprise yourself.
It was, because at the end of both workshops, I actually wrote something, So it was like, yes, I actually wrote something that I can feel proud of and accomplished.
Congratulations.
With the help of the teachers. They were awesome.
Yeah, shout out to the Land and Body classes at Power Street Theater.
Yes. I would definitely recommend them to anyone. Awesome. Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that shout out.
Yes.
So did you find that engaging in the arts helped you process something in your day-to-day life, or just kind of deepen more understanding in different things? Like,
I think so something like what you said before, just trigger your emotions. Like sometimes you have more emotions and things inside of you that you don't really realize you do have, and then you can put them in black and white and you can see them in black and white, and that kind of like really helps you in a lot of ways. It heals you, brings good memories that you might have forgotten. So it was, that's kind of what happened for me.
That's a great point. I love that you can echo that it was healing.
Yes.
That's something I firmly believe in, and I think that's why for me personally, it's so important to give access and to remind everybody that, you can engage in the arts, even if you don't have professional training.
Right. And I think also, it was also cool because most of the people in the class were just like me. There were some that did have, a little bit more than me, but there were others that were just like me. So it's sort of like you form a community also, because you come and, you bond with these people, for so many weeks, and you look forward to like, hey, what you're writing all about. You also just look forward of just, you make new friendships. So it's kind of like, hey, what happened to you during the week? You see them every week. So that was a good way of bonding and meeting new people also.
That's great. So you're talking about the creation of community.
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's also really, especially like workshops and things like that, it's very important because our community is filled with so many people who are so creative, but I don't think we know that. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's actually a lot of places for people to come together and expose that. And, our community is really rich with all that. So absolutely.
Well said. Thank you. So you kind of touched on this a little bit, but I want to give you some more time to dig into it. Why do you think the arts are important, even if you don't consider yourself or other people who don't consider themselves as professional artists? Why the arts? Why?
Well, it's so important in many aspects. It's so important, like, for young kids who do have the talent, but don't have maybe the resources of somebody that could mentor them or help them out to flourish in that aspect. It's also just important to, as a way of escaping your everyday life, like just going and seeing, theater, going, a play, poetry. It's just, to escape for, your everyday life, your everyday troubles. You need that. You just can't, if you just had your life and your worries, it would be very, very difficult. So definitely, the arts are so important, and every kind of art, whether it's music, poetry. Because, even if we're not involved in them, you hear music, you're going to dance. So there's your participation. You hear poetry, you're going to cry maybe, or you're going to laugh, or do both because it resonates maybe with you, the story. Mm-hmm. You see a play, the same thing. You see a play, especially in the communities, you see a play with people that you might resonate because you're saying they're just like me, either, culturally, male, female, going through a situation. So you can resonate in a lot of different ways through the arts.
Yeah, I agree. And so for my last question, you've been doing amazing. Thank you for opening up and sharing your opinion openly with us. But what advice do you have for those who want to engage in the arts, but they're just not sure where to start?
I think the advice I would give is always just try to explore and see what's in your community. And especially in Philly, there's so many pockets of great community. And I know there's so many pockets of great arts in every spectrum of our community. So it's just maybe trying to find that information out, and then, taking that step and, stepping out and trying it, just test the waters. That's kind of like, I kind of always been around it because of the family, but I never tested the waters until kind of like I was pushed into it, really. But I said, okay, well, that's what I needed for me. I needed that push. And then I found out and I discovered like, wow, there are, some fabulous things that I can maybe create or start to learn and create, and then, impart in other people. So I think it's kind of like, just stepping out and trying to see what's out there in your community and not being scared, and just give it a shot. And if it works, you're going to find out like, wow, this was really awesome. And if it doesn't, then that's fine. You had the opportunity to do it.
Yes. That's so important. And thank you for shouting out the Philadelphia community. The art scene is very vibrant. There are so many resources. Just ask around.
Absolutely.
Start with, and we can connect you to many different places. I know we're short on time. I'm going to invite you to stay on, Liz.
Okay.
Thank you again for your time. But before we go, I'd love to share a simple exercise that you and everybody on this call and your friends and your family, you can encourage them to do and share your results and your opinions with Power Street on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Make sure to use all those hashtags and handles.
Okay.
But I invite you to create a haiku accompanied with a drawing about the power of theater and the way it provides connection. Now, a haiku is a short poem with 3 lines. The first sentence is 5 syllables. The second sentence is 7 syllables. And the third one is a repeat of 5 syllables. I have 2 written examples and 1 photo that I'd like to share. And then Liz, if you've created one, feel free to share it. And if you don't have it now, post it on, be leading the charge on posting it on for Power Street. But what I wrote was the power of art, inspiring me daily to the stars I head. And the second one is theater breeds life. Storytelling comes alive. Power for people. And my image, super simplistic. I'm not a visual artist, but it's basically a hand passing the baton of flame to the other hand. As they mentioned earlier in the last segments, the power of storytelling. And I believe like there's a fire of life within the power of telling your story, sharing your story. So do so in any way that inspires you. Share it far and wide, share it on social media, share it with your circle, and create those connections. And again, as Liz said, you know, find access through your communities. Philly is rich, and we're fortunate to be in it. So Liz, do you have any closing words or anything?
I mean, I did one really impromptu because I was like, I actually did some, but I didn't really read your script that you wanted something more in relationship to. So I had done all these other, I didn't do a drawing, but then I just did one. I said, theater in the community is needed for all to inspire and cultivate.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Nicole. Thank you for your time, guys. This has been absolutely amazing and thrilling, nerve-wracking, but I'm so proud to be a part of this.
Oh, you were wonderful. You both were wonderful. Thank you so much. You know what? While I was sitting here enjoying your work and the whole haiku thing, I said, oh, I have something that will go with that. I have a haiku that goes so wonderfully with that. It says, want to warm the world, spark flames of humanity, illuminate love.
Yes.
Come through.
Good, very good.
These good poems tonight. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your gift, and thank you for all of the wonderful work that you do as an educator, as a champion. We appreciate you. More of you in the world, more love in the world, more sharing of the arts in the world. If you enjoyed what you saw on today, please like, share, and head on over to SavePhillyArts.com. So we are moving and grooving. Y'all, we moving and grooving. Thank you. We are rocking and rolling yet and still. Many heartfelt thanks to all of you for still hanging with us and enjoying this wonderful experience. So just in case, if you didn't know, if you're streaming live from Facebook or from YouTube, you can click on the Chromecast icon in the top right of your screen and enjoy this broadcast on your smart TV. It's like a movie, right? So now loading is the International Ballet Exchange, centered right here in Philadelphia on Schoolhouse Lane. So I did my research. Committed to bringing high quality classical ballet education and performances to Philadelphia public school students from diverse racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds to foster valuable artistic and life skills, international understanding, aesthetic awareness, and to make appreciation of and participation in ballet accessible to all. How wonderful. Let's get into these plie emojis if you have them. I took a little bit of ballet as a young girl. Let's get it popping for the International Ballet Exchange. So
Thank you. We are so happy to be here. And you guys were wonderful. That last presentation was just amazing to hear community artists share what they've done. So thank you, Power Street Theater, for having us here. And I am Christina Castro-Tauser, the Executive Director of International Ballet Exchange. And I'm here with Corelli Francois. And we will also be joined by Michelle Francois. And they are board members and alumni and dancers with International Ballet Exchange and rehearsal assistants. So Corelli, and we are so happy to be here. We have a half an hour packed for you And here is Michelle. So Michelle Francois will be joining us. And they, so International Ballet Exchange, housed in Germantown, has 4 residencies in and across the cities in the Philadelphia Public Schools. And I'm going to start out with a little PowerPoint. So, and here we are, International Ballet Exchange, ballet for everyone. And so we are the presenters. I am, as of this year, the executive director and a teaching artist. I get the honor of teaching at K Kappa, Kensington Kappa, and also at Mifflin. And we also have residencies at Willard and Kelly. So 4 schools. Michelle and Corelli are alumni. They started with IBE at a very, very young age. And let them tell you a little bit about their journey.
Sure. So I started with IB, or Wissahickon and Dance Academy, in 2001. So first grade. My gosh, it's been a very long time. And graduated, and then me and my sister got the awesome privilege of then working for WDA and IB in their Nutcrackers. So it's been a while, but about 17 years with WDA as a dancer, and then went after.
Yeah, so I started with Wissahickon Dance Academy 1997 about 23 years in total. So yeah, I started out ballet, and then as well starting out in the Nutcracker, and then now again choreographing with my sister, the Nutcracker.
So IBE has a sister partner of the Wissahickon Dance Academy, and includes, gives them opportunities to, for Philadelphia dancers from any studio, any place, to participate in public performances that we do for free in the spring at the George Washington High School Auditorium for the Philly Public School students. And it always comes with an education study guide or to lead. In its 22 years, IBE has become, I'm sorry, I have to move the screen here, part of the fabric of the city through its schools and community shows and unique in-school programs. And that's where I'm lucky to teach in the schools once a week. And now we're virtual, but it's been great. They've made such connections, and some students I've had up to 2 years. We started, and they can continue for several years. IBE gives Philadelphia Public Schools in grades K through 12 meaningful experiences of a performing art as participants and audience members. So not only do they get to come and experience a performance, students get to be in the show, which I feel it's important for people to be able to be involved and thoroughly in the performance. You learn so much. My journey from a dancer to a student, as a student, to a teacher, to a rehearsal assistant. It was these leadership skills that I learned while dancing that allowed me to step in to become the executive director of a nonprofit, and also the mentorship of an amazing director who started the organization, Nancy Malmed, who's the founding director and also the organization's advisor. So I've had many women and of many different backgrounds, and through the years, and many opportunities through nonprofits that I feel has given me the strength to become a leader the way I never thought I would be. So the arts not only gives you a way to express yourself, it lets you grow. So here are our young ones. We're going to feature our young dancers, our young artists. Are you hearing the music? Music, can you hear the music?
Can't hear the music, Christina.
Let me start it again, and I could do. Oh, okay. Okay. Can we just fast forward a little? So these young dancers are all here in Philadelphia. They've danced in our Nutcracker and our spring shows. They train weekly and several times a week. And they're all have a passion for the arts. And I'd love to stop and where you can see the young dancers' quotes. So we're just gonna look quickly, and here are a few words about, oh, okay. So sorry about that, here we go on. And Michelle and Corelli would be talking about this section. IBE gives community members access to high quality performance art and affordable and accessible venues. So, and Michelle and Corelli, do you want to talk a little bit about your role with the Nutcracker in years prior to this one and then this year's?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we actually both started in the Nutcracker and Dancing Forward, and we got to do a lot of different roles. And once, I believe after I graduated, we both started actually working and choreographing and putting on the show with the help of everybody. And it's a really fun way for the kids to come in and rehearse and have an extra show that they can do. And it's a winter tradition. So it's really fun to see them go through the Nutcracker process and keep going up with every part that they get to in every year. So it's really fun. So we start in the studio, we'll do an audition, and then we'll start with the actual choreography and learning all the dances and staging it. And then by the end of, actually at the beginning of December, we'll actually have the show where everybody can see, all of their friends and family can see them playing the roles that they were training for the whole entire, it's usually from September to December. So it's a really fun time. I love it. It's my favorite part.
The dancers also get an opportunity to dance with professional dancers. So we have the Donetsk Ballet coming down from Ukraine, and it's just a good experience to be on stage with the professional dancer that they look up to as well. But this year, because of COVID, we had a different way to do the Nutcracker, which was also as great. We had our classes online. Everything was through Zoom. So we rehearsed. We had about 6 weeks? 6 weeks. We had a nice group of kids and a couple of adults as well. So we extended our age range. And it was me, my sister, and Christina as well, choreographed. And so everything was through Zoom. We performed on Zoom as well, which was a different experience, but still as fun as the normal experience.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to keep going with the tradition, especially in a year that's so uncertain. It was nice to have something that is certain every single year. So it was a great time.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see dancers grow, and in the Nutcracker, but also in many other ballets or stories. And that's where we are looking at taking, is how to build new story ballets and new ideas that incorporate many different experiences. So stories, the classical and the traditionals, and then also other stories. They're not as often seen. So I'm gonna go back and let's go to the next slide. And so IBE is an outlet for local dance professional and youth artists to share their art. So we are lucky to, and you can see pictures of Corelli dancing there. And these are also students that are in our program. So as a teacher, I absolutely, the reason I was attracted and wanted to be in IBE was because of those opportunities. I started very young going to perform in different public schools when I grew up in Miami and Dade County. And I started being part of a school community that learned ballet at a very young age. And those opportunities made it possible for me to continue, to really find dance and education for me came together. It was one. The things I learned in dance helped me and strengthened me as a person, and that integrated into my education. And I always wondered, what would I have, I studied dance very, very young, and that had an impact. I still go to dance when I need to find centering, when I need to find a calmness, when I need to find a ritual. For me, the ritual of deep breaths right before a pirouette, taking a nice breath, turning, or the ritual of starting facing the bar or in one side, a plie. There was something special about calming down, about listening to the music, about being there with others that gives me a reassurance and has for the rest of my life until today. I can always go back to a rehearsal and be in the moment. Without the arts, it's hard not to lose focus. But with the arts, you can be in the moment. You can be with people. You can emotionally present to others. So I am about to show you one of our up and coming, hardworking, all done at home. She's been in March. Since March, she has studied in her basement and has been so committed to dancing, and through Zoom, did our Nutcracker, and now another solo. This is someone who's determined and I feel will continue in the arts. So without music, but here we go. So completely dedicated, taking class at home and continuing as much as she can every moment. So that's the strength you learn when you're studying an art form. And the discipline.
That Rowan does so many different styles. Ballet is not the only style that she does, and she's always there, always practicing, and she's so good at every style. So again, yes, very dedicated and amazing to see her work.
So we're just proud of how much she works, but also it gives us a sign that the arts is not just something we do. We do it because we must, but we also can make careers and support and the future and continue and teach and share. And it's for anyone. Anyone can do it. I'm lucky that I get to teach through another nonprofit that I work for. And I'll give them a little shout out. I also work for Taller Puertorriqueño. And my youngest at Taller are 5 and my oldest are 92. So the arts are for everyone. And you can go out there and do it. And I totally believe there's so many organizations in this city and so many dance programs and universities. Another shout out to Temple. I mean, their dance program, here we go. And we have 2 Drexel girls in the bottom. So dance can be at so many places. You could do it anywhere, anytime. And that's the beauty of the arts. So shout out to Rowan for her determination, for continuing, and I know you'll go far. And we'll go on. Ooh, I don't know why it's not switching, sorry. And IB expands participation in ballet to communities that have not traditionally been invited. And this is in the top, our education program, and we are building on that daily. Our education program is always been live. You know, we usually go right into the schools. We teach, you know, we have 30-week dance education in the public schools. And we have the artists, the teachers are all dancers who have danced, performed, and have also been our educators and have experience educating. And this year we did something a little different. We created a virtual world. So these are all clickable and you can actually learn about them. We also did a theater and you can see the ballet and click on the ballet. So not only do our students get, of course, we get our residencies, which we run for a year for a while now and hopefully expand. And we also do the shows for the larger audiences of Philadelphia public school students. And with those shows comes education material that the teachers can connect to their classrooms and to the programs they are doing. So it's a full package. They're learning about ballet and how it connects into education and how it connects into the curriculum, how it connects to stories and literature and music. The programs in the schools, we tried to really look at building confidence and leadership qualities. And also seeing themselves in us dancers. I am Latina, I am short, I am a sassy little dancer, but I am a ballerina. And that is something that is important to me. I can speak Spanish when I slide it in. I can, you know, even though they're learning ballet terminology in French, I try to bring the culture that was taught to me by my Cuban teachers and by my the traditions that I learned when I was growing up. And I had role models that looked like me, and that made it possible for me to believe that I can do this. And that's what we tried to promote and provide for future dancers, but not only future dancers, they could be future doctors, future environmental scientist. I'll hand it off to Corelli and Michelle. So, and I think I told you a little bit about that. So
yeah, yeah. So I think just to start off, I think the big part of what made IB and WDA so special growing up is the exposure we got, and we got to work with so many different in so many different styles with so many different people in different places. I know I got to go to Ukraine to dance with them. Me and my sister both got to go to Ukraine to dance with them, got to dance in Cuba, and it really fostered who I am today. And kind of tying into what Christina was saying, it doesn't have to be that you're going into dance for a full-time or job. While I was working at the aquarium, I'm now going to work as a keeper. And a big part of the reason why I got this position was because of my ties to the arts and to the dance. And so be working in trying to bring in dance and also educating people about wild animals. So there's so many different areas you can go into with dance, and it's always so amazing where you find yourself. And dance are amazing in building a person and building what they believe in and continuing that.
Yeah, and for me, dance bring me towards the physical therapy aspect. So again, dancing, going through the process, even like getting injured, introduced me to where I am today. Even teaching, if a student comes up to me and then say, oh, why does this exercise hurt? Like if a plie, just like bending the knees hurt my knee. That's what got into where I want to go passionately. And then, so again, it just started from dancing since day one. I was always interested in how the body moves, and then that just built it up from there on how every aspect of the body, bones, muscles work together.
So thank you. And we will go on to the next slide. And this next slide is, you get to have a chance to watch Michelle and Corelli in action. You get to watch them dance. And the beauty of getting to work with Michelle and Corelli is all that experience that they bring to dancing. They have traveled, they have careers that are not right now, that are outside the dance world, but highly influenced by the dance world. And also, they just give it all. They're 100% in it. So I got to choreograph this little number for them. And here it is. I'm excited to show it, and we could talk you through it. So at home.
At home. Yeah, and all of our rehearsals were through Zoom. So it's really fun to learn the piece and also perform it all online.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was wonderful, like all online, and we made it work for the space we had. And together. So very classical steps, and also done in a very different way. We, we're working with classical steps, but slightly differently.
Which is also cool because you're diving into, Christina has a really cool style of dance that I've never danced before. And it's really cool to just learn new styles and learn new moves that I would never ever think of. So I love working with Christina and also just choreographers in general, because you really get to learn new things that you would never think of putting together. So and also new music that you're never thinking of.
It's about creating. I start to get our students in the public schools involved in the creative process, that they are the creators, they are creating. I ask all the time, what is your favorite step and how can we integrate it? What is your story that you want to tell, and what movements go with it? What music goes with your movements? What dance? because dancers are creators, dancers are artists. So they have to have their voice and give them their voice. What feels right, what works. I sometimes call myself the facilitator in a room. I might have a room of dancers, but I am there just to make sure we move forward. I facilitate it happening. But so the teaching process is a process that happens together. And I learn as much from my students and their experiences as much as they are there to learn ballet. We learn from each other, and they learn from each other too. They learn from other dancers around them. And there's Michelle and Corelli. And I'll stop our share. And any questions maybe, or? Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. The arts in Philadelphia, what brought me to this city. I wanted to live here. I wanted to be in Philly. I've traveled. I decided to stay and make this home. And it's because of the arts communities. It's the places that have fostered me as an artist since I got here. And there's many nonprofits I can mention. International Ballet Exchange, Taller Puerto Riqueño, which has been my home site since I arrived. I started working with them my first arrival, and there's many, many more. So I am grateful for the arts in this city, and they're important. They get us to where we're at. And thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It was a pleasure having you. Could you lead us to where we can actually hear the videos and see your delightful dancers doing movement? Where can we go to visit or support?
Yes. Actually, I had it in my last slide. You can follow International Ballet Exchange on Facebook, and we will be posting it right after the video will go. The videos will go right up. So you could see the videos with sound. So in the International Ballet Exchange Facebook, and they will also be going up on our website. So, go ahead, and I will be sending them to our Facebook today. So yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your gift with us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yes, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Well, let us continue on our artistic journey this evening by getting into our next performance, all right, which is from Paper Doll Ensemble. So here's a short bio about them that they provided. These artists devise absurdist, tragic comedies that combine movement and visual art into poignant multimedia wonderland pieces. That sounds incredible. That redefine the traditional stories of the female experience. Two of their upcoming performances being shared tonight are from the development process of their next show, a devised piece about witches and women in politics. Sounds super interesting and intriguing. They also have a Clubhouse discussion group coming up on February the 23rd, where the chat will be focused on race in media, using the show Dear White People as the jumping point. All right. Though I'm Team Android and Clubhouse is on iPhone, I'm very curious to see how this discussion will unravel. Definitely going to try to find a way to watch. So let us lean into this next performance by Paper Doll Ensemble.
You must remember to forget the things that you were told. Lock her up. Sometimes you'll have to bend and twist, but never will you fold. They'll try to swamp you with their lies. Don't let them rock your boat. It's a hoax, a little thing that they forgot. The dolls have got the vote. They'll cheat and creep and threaten you with scissors and with match. Grab him by the pussy. Don't be afraid, don't shed a tear. Just beat them with dispatch. Oh, paper dolls, stand flat and tall and take it all away. Kick butt and take no prisoners on this election day.
All right. I'm so ready to see what we have coming up with Paper Dot Ensemble. Wonderful presentation so far. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Yes. Let's see some love in the comment section. Let's see the shares. I know we are heading towards that good 9 o'clock hour, but there's still so much to be shared on tonight. Make sure you are visiting savethearts.com. You are sharing, you are liking the posts, and you're involved. So James is queuing up some more content. Grab a snack if you don't have one already. I have my mug here. Strong vibes, come on, to enjoy the rest of the show.
My body, my choice. Her body, her choice. 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 My body, say her name. Say her name. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Say her name. Say her name. No peace. No justice. Black Lives Matter. No peace. No peace. No justice. No justice. No peace. No peace. No justice. No justice. No peace. No peace. No justice. No justice. Her name. Say no peace. No justice. No justice. No peace. Oppression. Who? Where? Where's oppression? Slavery was like 300 or 400 years ago, so you've got to get over it. And if you feel so oppressed, that's on you. Yeah. You know what? Maybe you just need to pick yourself up from your bootstraps or something like that. Justice for Brianna. Justice for Brianna. And the earth is flat. The earth is flat. How about that? The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Justice for Brianna. Black Lives Matter. The earth is flat. The earth, what's happening?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell to the no. You mean to tell me that I survived this shit? Become a freed woman, give birth to a black baby who somewhere down the line gives birth to another baby who 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 somehow gives birth to this. No. I rebuke it.
Who are you?
Who are you? This motherfucker.
Say hello to your great grandparents, son.
No. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is...
You've got applause.
All right. Amanda, so good to see you logged up on here. Hello. And who else do I have here on our live?
I'm Gracie Hoffman. I'm the other co-founder.
Wonderful, wonderful. So tell us about your work, your art. I did a little research, but you know you and your work best, and about some of the visuals that we just see. Very intense, very charged. Care to share and give us some light?
Sure, absolutely. So as you mentioned in our lovely intro, we are a devised theater ensemble, born and bred in Philadelphia. And so we're in the tail end of our third season, technically in Philly, and we co-produce with Plays and Players Theater in Center City. So the first piece that you saw was an original song composed by one of our longtime friends and mentors, a board member and a current collaborator, Marcia Ferguson. She is a staff member at the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Marcia Ferguson. She's awesome. And so around the election, she was inspired to write this song for Paper Dolls. And so we kind of then created the visuals. And it was just a fun piece so that we could really drive home the fact that we needed to get out the vote. And thankfully we did. So that was great. Amanda, you want to talk a little bit about the second piece?
Yeah, the second piece was written by Donovan Lockett during our summer workshop this past year. We are a devised company, so we make every piece we make is an original, and we start with a bunch of research, and we put artists in a room and give them a bunch of prompts and see what shakes loose. And she wrote this amazing little, it was 3-page script that we decided to then fully produce for our fundraiser in October, and she directed it and edited it. And I think it's, a really interesting look at what it is to not remember or know your history, which was something that was coming up a lot in our workshops. And we just really loved how Donovan came at that subject.
And a little tricky to film in quarantine. All three of those actors were not in the same place. Taiwo Sokan and Simha Toledano are the other performers in that piece. So they had a lot of fun with it, and the idea of, what happened if a white supremacist found out that in their ancestry there was a person of color. So that was just kind of a fun thing that birthed out of our workshops, like Amanda said.
Wonderful. I'm not super familiar. I know a couple of the actors, but I believe that Donovan is a woman of color or Black and brown creator, which makes this extra special.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. When it comes to creating and curating work, it's wonderful to see that our folks are represented in the room. So I wanted to definitely point that out, even though I don't know her personally. I have seen her in the theater circles. So wonderful. And we have some more content coming from you.
Yeah, this next piece is another little snippet from our workshops. This is completely improvised. All of our workshops, obviously, due to the pandemic, we haven't been able to be in person, but we have not let that stop us from continuing to make new work. So this next piece is a recording of the Zoom rehearsal room of an improvisation between Simha Toledano and Scott McMaster, who is an amazing performer and creator in his own right, and is also a fabulous drag star. His drag persona is Miss Elaine, and he will be doing the costume design for the final production of this. But we love to kind of let everyone in the room get to play. So in this case, Scott played Simha's spirit guide.
Ooh. Well, let's take us on this journey.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Spirit guide, are you there? Are you there? I'm in need of some help. I'm in deep trouble. You're there.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
It's been so long. I am in despair, spirit guide.
Oh, that's no good.
I'm in deep despair. Thank you for showing up.
Oh, of course. Well, I am here as your guide to peace and tranquility.
And today I see you're a skunk. I like that.
Oh, yes. Well, you can't smell me, but, you know, I love a good white streak in my hair. Anyway, what ails you? What ails you?
Well, now I'm in deep despair right now in my life because I don't know where to go in my career as a witch, you know. Like, I think that I know enough of like the spells, and I know enough of like ritual stuff and like doing ceremony and all that, but like I don't know that like there's like people out there that I can really like do things with. So I'm just like feeling a little lost right now.
We are in the midst of a pandemic, and at this time it is very important to center ourselves. And what we need to do is find your true moral compass. What is your true north? What do you value that you're working towards? Because at the end of the day, if you are feeling lost, what we need to do is figure out how you can thrive and how you can find that true north. So what do you value?
Wow, yeah, I hadn't really thought of that and thought about the true north kind of stuff and like what like my values are. I always just kind of liked like, you know, like getting dressed in pretty things and like doing magic and fucking shit up. So so
let's talk about fucking shit up. What was the last thing you felt true joy in fucking something up?
Yeah, so I really like what those anti-fascists are doing out there, you know, with like getting in the middle between like the white supremacists and like the good people and like saying Black Lives Matter and all that. Like, I think that's like a really good thing. And like, I just want to like be a part of that somehow.
Wonderful.
But I don't know. Like, if, you know, I don't know. I don't know that like I can do it.
Well, the great thing is you are a witch, remember. You have the powers of Satan at your fingertips. So let's take that true north of what you want to do, which is fucking shit up. And why don't we take your beautiful magic and apply that? We want to apply that to your north. So how can we do that? How can I help you help yourself?
Well, I mean, you're just so magnificent and like beautiful, and you have like so much to offer me, and like you are the wind beneath my wings, and I can't do anything without you. And so like, I don't know, like how about I don't know, like how about I just like put on like a pretty cloak with like sparkles and stuff and like show up to like one of those protests.
That would be wonderful. Yes. Yeah, make sure you wear sunscreen, but I think that's a great thing. You should put on your cloak, you should walk out there, maybe cast a few spells to make your chants louder. And I think you'll have some success.
What do you think about that? I really appreciate that because like I want to believe in myself, and I love that you believe in me. But like, what do you think about like casting a spell that will like eradicate white supremacy from like all of us? What do you think about that?
That would be great if you could do it, but I would say try, because we desperately need it. Conjure all your energy, and yes, apply that. Do it. Do it.
Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. This was so helpful to me. You are like, you are just the best. I can't even tell you, like, I wouldn't be where I am without you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Your time is up, and that'll be $300. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me just get my pocketbook.
Thanks, okay.
There he is in all his skunk glory.
Creative and wonderful and interesting. I am very interested to see the fully devised piece when it's finished. When we are done this whole Panasonic, I've been playing on this name the entire time.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to see it virtually or live stream. Would you give us some information on how we can best be able to catch your work after today?
Sure. We are on all of the platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And it's funny, in the beginning, we're having our Clubhouse. It's just what we call it. It's not actually on Clubhouse.
Okay.
Which I was like, that's confusing. I should change that wording. But we are at Paper Doll Ensemble is our handle for Facebook, and for Instagram. Twitter is just at Doll Ensemble, because there was already some paper dolls floating around there. But we are also on Patreon. So if you are able to financially support our work, that's a really big help. And we are going to then be able to continue to produce work virtually to the fullest extent we can. Like we saw with Donovan's piece, you know, as you mentioned, it's really important for us to be able to put our money where our mouth is. And when we released our anti-racism action plan, our Clubhouse discussions were a big part of that, where we recognize our privilege as a white female-led organization, and we want to be able to use our community and our platform to amplify Black and Brown voices. So we were able to pay Donovan for not only her creative energy in the room when initially creating the piece, but then we were able to pay her to direct and produce the fully realized digital version of that. So that's really important to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Super important. Super
Yeah.
important. And for the rest of us, yes, that we be able to write, create, and direct our own stories. Yes, and tell our own stories.
Yes.
Thank you for fostering that and for leading the way in that. And I am hoping that more people who are watching and who are involved in arts will extend those opportunities to us. Or we're just going to create them ourselves. But we will take
it's overdue. Way.
The opportunity. So thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have any more content, or is there anything else that you would love to share with us?
I think that's it for our pre-recorded content. Yeah, but if you want to catch us, we are also on YouTube. I forgot one. You know, there's so many of these things these days. But we would love to bring you into our Paper Doll Ensemble family, and keep the conversation going.
Wonderful. Was a pleasure enjoying your art, and I wish you all the best in your creative endeavors. How are we still doing out there, everybody? Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much for having us.
A pleasure to meet you, and looking forward to connecting with you.
Yes, you as well.
Yes, wonderful. So we are moving and grooving, everyone. We have our next guest coming up. I do not want to butcher anyone's name because I understand the importance of saying the name correctly. But what I do understand is that our next guests are known as the cultural heart of Latino Philadelphia. The space uses art and to promote development within its community and the Latino diaspora, building bridges to the Philadelphia region. Y'all, they seem to be a staple in the community as an art gallery and after school program, art exhibitions, book readings, events. They are clearly, as I said, a staple in the community. And I'm so excited to hear what they have to offer us on this evening. So let us welcome them. I would love for them to introduce themselves in the way that they would like for their name to be pronounced. Do we have them in the room, coming in the room? Yes, yes. Let's see. We're a little bit early. Let's see if I can pull something up. You know, you have to always be ready. All right. So as I told you at the beginning of our whole session, that I too am a performing and teaching artist, a poet, and a singer. I don't have any music queued up to sing for you, and I'm not going to sing a cappella, but I will give you one of my poems out of my book to share with you. I shared one of my haikus earlier, just feeling the vibe from our former guests. So I'm going to pull up one of my pieces from my book called The Oracle Anthology, Soul South Level 1. It is a collection of poems, prose, and short stories while we are waiting for our guests to arrive. So journey with me really quick. Let's see. Let's pull up one of them. Oh, this piece right here is called Love Electric. All right. I believe in the power of love. Sometimes it is hard to, you can't really turn love off when you love someone and you have feelings for someone, no matter how we feel, we navigate our way. So I actually know this piece. It's called Love Electric. If only I had the power to turn love off like lights, flip the switch, cut every feeling I have for you off, not be afraid of the dark, but to face my fears flat-footed, of not just being alone, but that someone like you has truly gone along with a life illuminating laugh and presence that better brightened, blessed, and kept me balanced. Still turned on when I don't want to be. Tried fighting with every fiber of my being to hate you, but I couldn't ever possibly, because the fact of the matter is that when you truly love someone, even when they bruise your core, to internally agonize over attitude, exceed over heart sores, might find it hard to forgive, if ever to forgive at all. But no matter how much you try to muster turning love off because it's pure electric, shocking, one can never really pull the plug and stop loving them. So you kind of just learn to walk away and on its own, let the light dim. But if you are like me, you had that one special someone that no matter how much you try, you can never stop loving them. Love Electric from Soul South, Volume 1. So you can hit me up. I'm on most of the social media platforms. I am at the top of the millennial chain, so I'm still trying to navigate TikTok. But I am on Instagram as Miss Nicole Stacie and on Facebook as Nicole Stacie. And we have our next guest in the room. Hello, hello, hello. Please introduce yourselves to us in your language. I did not want to butcher your name. Respectfully.
I am also a multi-hat-wearing artist, basically.
Can we hear? Maybe it's just me.
Happy to be
Hi.
Oh, here we are. Hey, all right.
My name's Katerina. I'm with Taller Puerto Riqueño. I've been watching all day, so I'm watching in the other window. So I have to mute the Facebook.
I'm the founder and curator for Solatry. We do live and in-person events with artists from all over the world, from New York City to Philly to Puerto Rico, all the way to the West Coast.
So while we are waiting for content, tell us about yourself and your company.
Taller Puertorriqueño is it's an arts organization. Its mission is to promote cultural identity through the arts. It's been around for 45 years. A lot of people know about it and are deeply connected to it. I brought a couple of videos of some programs that we did during COVID, and they speak for our activities a lot better than I do. So I could share my screen if that works for a few minutes. Does it? Okay. I'll send it over the chat. That works.
Okay.
Okay. The first one is an artist Carlos Gill. In the right after we got locked down, you know, a lot of organizations sort of really didn't know how to reach their constituents, how they were going to continue activities, and we went right away into whatever digital program we could manage. And one of the things that we did was we arranged a digital exhibition. We ended up having just a lot of people come to see the exhibition, but in small groups. But over the months, if it hadn't been for this video, I don't know if a lot of people would have seen it. So it was great that we were able to put it together and show Carlos's work.
And how are we with the video?
It's in the chat. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm excited. I visited the website, and it seems that, like I said in the intro, the space is a staple in the community. Services a lot of people, thousands of people. How has that been trying to be able to service people who need you in this panoramic the pandemic we have going on? How has that been? I'm sure it's been challenging.
It's been tough. At first we were reaching out to we do arts education after school programs, and we were reaching out to our kids with Zoom, and we're sending around art materials, and it was tough on our kids because they're already coming with a lot of challenges and a lot of chaos, and there was a little bit of like a sort of a healing in even a little bit of services that we were able to put together. We had a reduced in-person summer camp, our art summer camp, and just started to feel out this new way of interacting. Like one thing I will say about Taller is that its hallmark is just resilience of the people that work there, the community, the leadership. And it was just one of those like, all right, well, we're doing this now. All right, we're doing this. And there wasn't a lot of heartache, and there was just like, pick up, don't do it, So we had a lot of programming that sort of like was going through the summer, and digital programming and virtual programming. And we're hosting a cohort of kids with what they call an access center for the school district, kids whose parents work and they have to go to virtual school. So it's a whole new group of kids that we're getting to come experience Taller, what it has to offer. And but as far as our exhibitions program, that's a whole other thing. This year, we got an Andy Warhol grant, which was just such an honor. And in the midst of all this, loss of arts funding, it was a relief. So that the exhibition program is really, the Latinx community has just the most amazing art. If we had, 36 months in a year, it would be much better for us to be able to exhibit. But as it is, we only have 12. So this artist, Carlos Gill, is very well known, but I hope he gets even more well known.
Wonderful. Well, I'm excited to see, and I'm excited for the grant that you received, that you'll continue to do wonderful things in the community for the people that you serve. And we are queued up now, right? Wonderful.
Hemos olvidado lo esencial de la naturaleza, del bosque, su respiración, sus ruidos, sus espacios, sus detalles. O sea, la fotografía no es simplemente una representación de la realidad. La fotografía es una técnica que ofrece posibilidades de experimentación. Esta exposición está basada en los últimos 4 o 5 años de mi trabajo, basados en fotografía, ensamblajes y collage. Mi preocupación es el maltrato que el ser humano está haciendo al ambiente y baso todo mi trabajo en eso. Yo trato de usar esos espacios de experimentación para mostrar una nueva forma y detalles de la naturaleza que la gente olvida. Me gusta caminar mucho en los parques, en este como otro. Los detalles, más que todo, o sea, las pequeñas ramas, las pequeñas hojas, los detalles de color, los detalles de estructura, ¿no? Las diferentes hojas, diferentes ramas y colores, lo que me llama la atención. Entonces, por lo menos ahorita tengo un macro, entonces trato de hacer cosas cercanas, pero trabajo con otros lentes también. Parte de la exposición es hecha en fotografías en Hawái, porque uno de mis hijos vivía allá y íbamos a visitarlo por las nietas que teníamos allá. Y es muy cercano a mi naturaleza en Sudamérica. Me metía en esos montes a caminar y a caminar, buscando detalles, buscando cosas totalmente naturales, bellas. Desde el comienzo, cuando veo las posibles imágenes que voy a fotografiar, desde ahí empiezo a disfrutar. Después disfruto la fotografía. Algunas veces en el computador hoy en día te da la posibilidad de una nueva herramienta que te da las posibilidades de hacer pequeños cambios, de dibujar o incorporar diferentes formas o colores en la fotografía. La gente ve mis trabajos y ve un cubo encima de un paisaje, pero está viendo el paisaje y está viendo el cubo al mismo tiempo. El cubo es parte de la transformación del paisaje, ¿no? O sea, pienso que hay una ligazón que remite al final, algo está cambiando en la naturaleza o la naturaleza ha cambiado. Son como visiones futurísticas de algo que, como decía antes, que uno no sabe si va a venir o no, ni cuándo. Que la forma que como estamos tratando la naturaleza, la estamos corrompiendo, que en un momento vamos a tener cosas inesperadas, ¿no? Para mí la naturaleza es el heaven, que dicen en inglés, o sea, el cielo nuestro. Es donde está todo, nuestra vida.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Care to share with us the vision behind what we just saw as far as the art? Is she still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. What I would say about Carlos Gil, he moved to Philadelphia. A little bit about him. He trained at University of the Arts, printmaking, photography, lithography, but his real connection to the work is computer graphics. Right? He experiments with digital photography and software manipulation, and he works with this surface, and he calls his works interventions. That's what's so great. It's a way of him intervening on the medium. He trained at University. Him intervening on these issues that his work connects to. This modeled surface, this uneven surface that he has, sort of bursts forth with fractals and geometric shapes and snippets. But while all these shapes are colliding, if you really look, closely at them, they're pieces of the landscape. They're empty milk bottles. Things that sort of speak to this idea of nature and its our sort of impact on it, our intervention on nature. His work's pretty exciting, but at the same time, we've got it just came down now. We've got Lawrence Saltzman coming up, who's celebrating his 50th anniversary of being a documentary photographer in Philadelphia, and we're really excited about that. And then we have, in about 2 weeks, we have the Arturo Schomburg Symposium, which is really an incredible scholarly event that's been going on for 25 years. We're celebrating, it's celebrating its 25th anniversary. I'll just read a little bit about the symposium. And since 1997, the symposium has explored the complex relationship between the African diaspora and Latinx cultures. Now in its 25th year, the work presented has never been more critical. With presentations by distinguished scholars, this event offers an opportunity to deepen our knowledge and understanding of the African diaspora and the Americas and foster dialogue, educating audiences and speakers alike. This year, our theme is COVID-19, a color canvas of inequality. And we have registration RSVPs up on our website, but it's exploring how communities of color are being affected disproportionately by everything to do with the pandemic. So some of the speakers we have are pretty supercharged and are going to be talking about some pretty important topics that are really of the moment. So.
Okay, and where can you share the website for people to be able to find, and if they would like to support the work that's going on with your company?
Yes, it's a Taller, TALLER, PR.org.
Okay. Do we have any more content from you, or?
I have one more little video that I was going to share. It's I talked a little bit about our programs that we do with children and youth, at-risk children and youth, and our exhibitions program. But one other thing we do is we interact with older Philadelphians as well. And for a couple of years, we've been working on a program called Moving Stories, and it sort of takes the unbelievable wealth of creativity that older people have and just gives them the opportunity to channel it. And we've been operating it since the shutdown too. So this last week, we just started our the new section. We have Spanish and English versions, and this video is pre-shutdown, so no mask. Okay. But right now it's it's all virtual. But This is when it was in person.
Okay.
And it also has a Carmen speaking, and she's much more well-spoken than I am. So,
okay. Well, after you post your video, please turn your camera on so that we can see your face, and then we can get all of the good information that you have for us. So, your video is being loaded up now, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm working on loading up the video. You guys are all up on the screen though, so welcome back, Gabby and Asaki, and Nicole, you're still up, but let me work on queuing this video, and if you guys could talk about Taller Puertorriqueño a little bit, I'd really appreciate it.
Yes, I would love to hear your experiences, Gabby, if you have any with, this seems like a wonderful place. I would love to hear your voice and what you may know about the company and your experiences, if you have any.
Gabby, you're muted.
Sound. I don't know if that's me or...
No, that's Gabby.
I'm muted.
We can't get through a digital rally without Gabby being muted.
It is 8:45, you know, and having to be on call, you know.
I love it.
It is part of the theater world, right? But Nicole, thank you for all that you've been doing. You really have taken this digital rally to the next level with your energy, with your vibes, with your poetry, with your spirit. And I just really appreciate you saying yes and being involved and sharing, you know, yourself with us. I'm
happy to be here. I'm always in support. You all are doing the good work. I would even go as far as to say whatever people's spiritual beliefs are, you're doing the Lord's work, okay? You are out here doing the good work and fighting the fight, and I am a champion for that, and I respect and appreciate all that you are doing, because I would not be a part of it if I was.
Yes, keeping it real. Listen.
Yes.
Listen, that's a part of the work too, is like knowing, setting boundaries on who you will and will not work with. And Lord knows.
It's healthy to create boundaries. And listen, if you don't, you know, people will walk over you. As an artist, I tell people all the time, it is not what you say yes to, it is what you say no to. What you accept, you know, out here in the world. And I love that we are saying, hey, no, as artists, we demand to be treated with respect. We demand to be compensated for our time. We're going to save the arts in this city because we're valuable. SaveTheArts.com, y'all. If y'all still hanging in there, come on. Show some love. These Cash Apps and Venmos going to support these wonderful people.
For real. Yeah, you know, we talked a lot about Taller earlier today, so I would encourage folks, if you want to hear more about my testimony or Asaki's testimony on Taller, you can check that out from the previous discussion. But Taller has had a huge influence on our lives. And, you know, a part of me wishes that I would have heard some testimony, like live testimony from folks within the organization or from youth in the program. So hopefully at future digital rallies, we can hear from other staff members and maybe Carmen Febble herself, you know, like folks who are involved in the organization that are from the community. I think that that's what this digital rally is about, right? And of course we have beautiful videos and all of those things, but I think the part of the interpersonal connection, it being live, is something that I personally would love to see in the future from Taller. But make sure you go to Taller and check out their website. There's so much great content there. And I think that's what I gotta say about that.
Yeah, I've got the video queued up now. Sorry, juggling myself up on the screen at the same time is a little difficult, but we're ready to go over to the video, so I'm just gonna run that for us now, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be 80.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be 92. She's 90. And you should see what she just had an accident in her legs. And she came back, she fell.
And
She's
I
dancing
tore
all
every
over.
tendon in this leg, and I'm still dancing.
How can you do that?
She can.
What's the strength of
Tell me about it.
You get up
Tell me
and do
about
it.
You need a lot of spunk. You need a lot of.
You have to get up
You really
and do
have.
it.
You really have to get up and go. Don't feel
have to
sorry
do
for
it.
yourself. If you don't use it, you'll lose it.
And we understand that as people age, unfortunately, their social networks become smaller. You know, some do have children and grandchildren that continue to expand, but they are not working anymore. There's social friends, networks shrink, and many times they become very isolated. Have a special way of overcoming barriers, of providing creative opportunities, of allowing people to connect to their past, to keep, those things alive in their minds.
Wonderful thing for men and women to do. You learn something and you're with different people and you're enjoying your life. You learn something that you never did before and it makes you feel younger. Go to all these classes.
How old are you right now?
Yeah. 88 years old.
88 years
old.
Yeah.
Look young, don't I?
Enjoyed Latin music. Ever since I was a little girl, I would watch the Latin dancers on TV, ballroom dancing. I had friends to do Latin dances. I hung out with them. But this experience taught me the correct way to do it. And that's what made it very exciting. A lot of people think that older citizens don't do anything, but stay creative, stay energized, and hopefully we'll be able to do this again next year.
I have never imagined myself participating in this type of dancing.
How you feel about it?
I feel very excited and glad that I participated. It's the first I've been doing this type of dance. I find it very exciting and challenging. It even makes me more interested in continuing.
That we are done. Lots of videos and lots of content that we saw from this company. I'm hoping, I agree 100% with Gabby to see more people from the community give some testimonials and some more stories about what seems to be a staple in the Latino community. So we are approaching our next artist, and I'm almost done with you all. It's been a pleasure rocking out together. Save the art, save the art, save the arts. We have coming up Sunita. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Wonderful. I'm super excited. This is the only person that I couldn't get a lot of information on, so I'm definitely going to stay to see your presentation with us on tonight. Sunita is representing the South Indian classical vocal, right? All right, please tell us about yourself and about your work and what we are going to get into on tonight. You're on mute. Come off mute. We want to hear you. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Usually people know when I'm on mute because it's so rarely like. Thank you so much for including me in this digital artist rally and Save the Arts for sure. I saw this opportunity and I jumped on it because what I'm bringing, like the art form that I'm bringing to the table, I don't think many people in Philadelphia who either perform it or know it or are familiar with it. It's South Indian classical vocal music. And it's interesting because I'm also, I'm a children's librarian with the Free Library.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm a librarian. I'm also a union steward and representing like District Council 47 municipal workers. So we're all in solidarity. And along with all that, with my children's librarianship at Donna Tucci Library in South Philly, I have been bringing more music into my story times and my programs. I moved here. So this form of music is called Carnatic, and it's been in my family for like hundreds of years, so like generations. And it's very interesting because it is an ancient art form, but it does have like a golden age during colonialism. And in fact, the devotional aspect of the music kind of became a staple of the independence movement. So yeah, I'm going to be singing the poem of one particular freedom fighter who actually is my great grand uncle. Well, he died a long time ago, but his music and his like writing and his journalism, he was imprisoned by the British and stuff. Now it's celebrated. But what's interesting is while he was like a freedom fighter and revolutionary, he was ostracized by his own like Brahmin, like small community because it's very insular. So this type of music is basically a crash bang of ancient, modern, of East and West in many ways, because in kind of a reverse, like getting of resources, the violin, which it was not like used until a very famous composer brought it over from Europe and adapted it to our style. So it's very interesting and kind of all like reflects what I bring to my job in educating children, the adults, other patrons, and doing so virtually is really a gift and an honor. So,
yeah. Well, I'm excited. I'm gonna turn my camera off. If I'm not back on here, have a wonderful night, everyone. I'm going to listen to you. I'm so excited, and I love how you're so like that to be able to connect all the areas of your life. I'm trying to be like you when I grow up.
I'm extra in every area, so
yes, I love it. Well, without further ado, go in.
And would you be able to give me a heads up on like a 10-minute, 5-minute warning, or like, because I'm going to sing 3 songs but talk a little bit, so heads up warning would be great. Okay. Hi, can everybody nod if you can hear me okay? Okay, great. So I am turning on if you can hear the drone. And this is called Shruti. So it keeps a pitch and it varies, but it's basically, I'm singing in the pitch of E. And if you've ever seen a stringed instrument called a tambura, people think it's like a playing instrument, but it's a strumming instrument. And you play the drone on 2 different notes alternating. And that's what you're hearing, but this is the electronic version. The wire's not long enough, but it's electronic. I'm not holding a tambura myself. So I'm going to begin with a song that, as I mentioned about my relative who fought for freedom, didn't live to see independence, but his compositions have been set to music, many of them, and we still sing them today. And his name is Subramanya Bhartiyar. And this is a song we often begin our performances in singing to Ganesha, Lord Ganesha, remover of obstacles, the elephant-headed god. Some of you might know. So we always start new things, including performances like this. And I'm going to start with a song by Subramanya Bhartiyar in praise of Ganesha. And the meaning of this song, it is in Tamil, which is actually a classical language of South India. And this particular song, like the lyrics, talk about Ganesha and extol certain virtues of his and what he represents, which is courage, bravery, fearlessness, dedication. And he does an interesting thing where he sings about Ganesha, but he sings it in such a way with such inspiration that ideally the listener will also feel inspired. And you might not know, ancient Tamil, but you can trust me, the lyrics are about bravery and courage and strength. So it is a few lines, and it starts with Niye Charanam. Niye Charanam, Niye Charanam, Niye Charanam, Ninnadarule Charanam, Charanam, Naye Palapurai Seidu Kalai Tunai Nadi Vandan Vaya Tirvada Mauna Tirunde Un Malaradiku Tiyeniyar Tolivisum Tiyeniyar Tolivisum Tamil Kavi Seguvanai. So that is just the first, that is a few lines that he composed. And that is actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about the art form itself. I've talked about that it is very old. I've talked about that it survived and thrived during colonialism. Thank you. And I also, there is something about the art form that is very mathematical and scientific in terms of like the notations and the measures. So I think the best way to introduce the kind of crux of the music is by talking about the concept of raga. And we all maybe have heard of ragas. I know that the most prominent classical Indian musician, or the most well-known in America through the Beatles, is Ravi Shankar. So he is actually North Indian classical, and North Indian classical music is oh, that's so weird that happened. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, I was saying Ravi Shankar is the most prominent, well-known Indian classical musician because through the Beatles and their fame. but he's a North Indian classical musician, and that is called Hindustani music. So what we sing is Carnatic, but there's a lot of overlap there with raga structures, with raga systems. So basically, what is a raga? A raga is a pattern of notes that is set, and there's an ascending scale and a descending scale. And what I just said, the raga I just sang is called Hamsadwani. And this raga only has like 5 notes, but they're used in all different ways. So the example that I always start with is, so we have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do. Now, we have that same set of notes with like do, re, mi, the same sounds in the same order and same scales, but we call it Shankara Bharanam. So I'm going to sing the scale of Shankara Bharanam, and I'm going to start with sa, and we have different names for each note too. So sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa, sa, ni, da, pa, ma, ga, re, sa. So it sounds different than what I sang from just do, re, mi. And the reason is that we have something in the raga system called gamaka, and it's shaking of certain particular notes in certain ways. And that gives a raga its character. There's also like different repetitions of notes to emphasize certain phrases, which are characteristic to the ragas. And there are thousands upon thousands of ragas. And they're, even still being kind of discovered in a way and used now. Of course, there's going to be like the same classics. Like Shankara Bharanam is a classic. It has the full 7 notes up, 7 notes down. That's a full scale. Another example of a full scale, but this is a different raga. And this happens when you change one of the bass notes, and there's a whole like structure. It's called the Mela-Karta music scale, music chart, and it was developed. So the music is ancient, and there were some ragas, but they weren't organized. So this also, me being a librarian and like dealing with systems of organization is like very close to my heart. So somebody organized all the different notes with their flat and sharp variations in the 15th century, a man named Venkatamakin. So one of the other main ragas in this chart, so Shankara Bharanam, sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa, ni, da, pa, ma, ga, re, sa. So the next song I'm going to sing is called Rama Rama Gunasima. It's in the language Sanskrit, which many Carnatic compositions are. Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada. Those are the very 4 main languages that are used in Carnatic music thus far. So, and the song I'm going to sing is in the raga. It's written by this composer named Swati Thirunal, and it is in the raga Simendra Madhyamam. And this is also a complete 7 notes up, 7 notes down scale. However, the notes are different. Some are flat and some are sharp. And the main one, which is going to be like it's a flat version of a standard note in Shankara Bharanam, and you'll hear it a little bit. Gives a little poignancy to the way that the music sounds. So that's something important to think about too. Even though this is like mathematical, technical, scientific, it's all about creativity. And that is a huge element of Carnatic music too, is the improvisational element. But the compositions have been written and have value and encapsulate certain ragas, because that's the whole point. You want everything you do in a song to be in devotion and in honor of the spirit of the raga. So this song is in devotion of Rama, written by Swati Thirunal. And we'll talk about Tala, but I just want to give you a quick idea of the hand rhythm that I'll be doing. And this is Tala. There's 108 of them, and it keeps a sort of inherent internal meter in the song. We do also have percussion. So in a typical concert, you'll have the perform singer, then you'll have a violinist, and we hold the violin a little differently. And you'll have a percussionist playing a murunangam, which is different than a tabla, which you play from top. So I will be singing this song, and I'll sing the ascending and descending scale for you for Simendra Madhyamam. So it's going to sound a little bit different than do re mi with a little shake. I'm turning the shruti back up. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. And Swati Tirunal wrote this with passion. So even though, again, it's a devotional art form, what I find so interesting is the creativity within such a conservative Brahmin group that were mostly known for like giving fame and performing this music, that there is room for creativity and for passion. And that's part of the reason why it still exists today and why I have the opportunity to sing it. While discussing labor unions and while discussing socialism and decolonization. So that's the connector. It is the inspiration and the message combined. So I will sing, it's called Rama Rama Guna Sima. And some of you might have heard of the deity Rama. Rama Rama Guna Sima Rama Rama Guna Sima Rama 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 Guna Sima Rama Hridaya Birama Sita Rama Rama Guna Sima Rama Hridaya Birama Sita Rama Rama Guna Sima Rama Hridaya Birama Sita Rama Rama Guna Sima So ma na na gana sham so ma na na gana sham so ma na na gana Shama, yeah, Mambaradi, Sri Rama Lokabi, yeah, Mambaradi, Sri Rama Lokabi, Rama Sita Rama Rama Ma Dina Bango Mama Dashamuka Vitarana Dina Bango Mama Dashamuka Hridayana Munita Kalpakaro Marija Nabarupa Munima Nasadama Mrugamada Sulalama Munima Nasadama Mrugamada Sulalama Vanija Pangasudama Vaidehi Sakama Vanija Pangasudama Vaidehi Sakama Rama Rama Guna Sima Rama Hridaya Virama Sita Rama Rama Guna Sima Thank you. So you can see in that song that there were twists and turns all over the place. Can you give me a time check, please? 15? Okay, great. So in that song, you could hear the kind of passion in it. There's like a kind of just sort of goes in these like waves and patterns, and those are very specific to the raga. So if you change even one note in the raga, you get a whole different raga. And I'm going to also explain to you, thank you, 15. Yes. So there are other songs that are similar, or they've been adapted from North Indian classical to South Indian classical. I mean, they're shared. And many of these compositions were popularized in the 20th century. So there was already a lot of overlap in the different styles of music. So in North Indian music, in Hindustani, you might hear a lot of, it's sort of similar to like, it has a Middle Eastern influence because of the Mughal Empire and the mixing of cultures. Even before then, you can kind of see it in like language overlap. In particular, like South India, like Tamils, and there are certain words in like Persian, in Persia or Farsi, that do have overlap as well. So it's very interesting to think about that. But again, they were they were more popularized, like North Indian Hindustani songs, by a very famous South Indian classical vocalist named M.S. Subbulakshmi. So M.S. Subbulakshmi, and this is a good chance for me to talk about the guru tradition, which is essential to learning and to teaching this form of music. I mean, in any tradition, really, in any of the arts. But my guru is my mother. Like I said, this has been a musical form that has been in my family for like a long time. And my mother sings, and she's a musicologist. She has her degree in it, and she's a performer and teacher in New Jersey. So I, in a way, was her first student. And so music has just always been in our lives. We would go to concerts. My parents were concert organizers. It was like we would travel with them. It was like a Partridge Family kind of thing. So I was very exposed, even though I was in, America, to this form of music. My mother's gurus. So I am very lucky, and as is my mom, that we were able to sing this music publicly, right? So just one generation before her, Brahmin women, and essentially all women effectively, were not allowed to perform anything, but especially this form of music in public, which includes my mother's aunts, my mother's mother, I'm sure, and just like, of course, the generation before that were definitely restricted from performing. So there were 3 female Carnatic musicians who broke the mold. And one of them is my mother's teacher. 2 of them are actually, but one of them, her name is D.K. Patamal. And she brought this music to stage as a woman and was very austere and devotional and traditional. However, what she was doing was very revolutionary to be performing in public like this. Another such musician is MS Subbulakshmi, who was a contemporary of hers, and she is another one of my mom's gurus. And she actually was very traditional as well. However, she was very involved in the independence movement along with her husband and a lot of their cohorts. So one thing that she was able to do is actually like make another kind of like bridge from culture to culture. And she actually performed this music in 1966 at the United Nations in New York. So she sang Carnatic music, but she did take from, or she, borrowed and shared with other cultures, like from the North. And she sang and popularized a poem from a poet princess from North India from the 1500s by the name of Mirabai. And it's very important for me to talk about women and this art form and creativity in general, because oftentimes they revolutionize it, not just for other women, but for all people. So Mirabai was a poet princess who was arranged married to a man who had an abusive family. He was abusive. They were threatened because she loved to sing and write in praise of Lord Krishna, who some of you might know. And it's not so much about the religiousness for me. It's about the idea that she just wanted to create and be creative. And that was a threat, a direct threat. And the fact that, they even tried to kill her, which is in some of the lyrics of her poetry. But she survived. And then eventually she sort of went off and walked the world, not alone, but with her creativity and her art, and shared with other people. So when you have that, you're never alone. And she did this with the inspiration of a deity, of Krishna. And with that spirit, MS Subbulakshmi would sing Meera bhajans, which are in Hindi, which is a North Indian language. And she would sing them. And I will be presenting one of Mirabai's poems that was set to music and popularized and made famous by MS Subbulakshmi. This is in Hindi, and it is called Hari Tum Haro. And it's in a language called Darbari Kannada. And this is a raga that is used both in North Indian and South Indian, and it is very similar. It doesn't change much between the two musical forms. So I'm going to sing Hari Tum Haro. And Hari is another name for Krishna. So she is extolling his virtue and she's praising him, while at the same time there are parts of the song and other songs where she talks about her struggle. So it is the ecstasy and the agony together, and I can present that to you today. Hare Toma Haro Janaki Veer Hare Toma Haro Janaki. And Hari is another name for Krishna. Hari Tumharo Janaki Draupadi ke laaj rakhiye tum badayo chir Hari tumharo janaki Bhagat karana रूपन रहरे दरिया पर शरीर भगत करण रूपन रहरे दरिया पर शरीर Hiranyakashyap Maraliyo Dayohinandir Hari Tumharo Janaki Pir Burdate Gaja Raja Rakyo Kiyo Bharani Purdate Gaja Raja Rakyo Kiyo Bharani Dashamira Lal Giridhara 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 Dukha jahan kahan ke Hare 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 Tumharo Janaki Thank you very much. I have one more short piece that I would like to present if we have time for it. And I want to thank you all before I sing it. And I appreciate you so much for taking this journey with me through my family's history, through my country of origins history, even my journey here in Philadelphia. Because the funny thing is I knew the music, but I didn't really learn it until I moved to Philadelphia 14 years ago. And it was a complete immersion in this art form. And thank you so much. So 4 minutes, I have just enough time, and I'm going to sing. This is another song, and it's in Sanskrit. It is a sloka, which is a prayer. So in this song, you're going to hear 3 different ragas: Bauli, Mohanam, and Madhyamavati. And it is a perfect way to send us out. And I want to thank you all so much. And it is in Sanskrit as well, if I didn't, sorry. This is actually the first song my mom taught me when I was about 4 years old. So that's another fun fact. But Satyoradam Satyaparam Trisatyam Satyasya Yonim Nihidam Cha Satye Satyasya Satyam Trida Satyametam Satyatmagam Tvam Sharanam Prapanna Vani gunanukadane Shravano katayam Tvam hastau chakarmasu Manastava padayorna Smritya shirastava nivasa Jagat praname Drishti sadam darshanestu bhavatanunam Namo Bhagavate Tasmai Krishnaya Buddha Karmane Rupa Nama Vibedena Rupa Nama Vibedena Jagat Kritati Yoyata Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. That was
And if
amazing.
anybody has any
That
questions,
was a beautiful
my
way to.
contact information, you can find it through, I guess, Gabby. And thank you so much, Gabby, for being my contact on this. It's been really wonderful. I'm just really happy to have been able to share with you all. So save the arts.
Thank you so
Because
much.
the arts
We
will
really,
save us.
really appreciate it. It's been an amazing, amazing presentation. People loved it. We got so many comments about learning so much and really feeling the spiritual nature of the songs. And I learned a thing or two.
It's a lot. I know.
There's a lot going on. Yes. So thank you so much. We're getting ready to close out for the night here. So I'm gonna cut to just my screen to give you the chance to get off stage, and I'm gonna bring to the stage my partners in crime, and that's just gonna take me 1 second. Sorry for the delays. Juggling when doing tech while you're trying to broadcast something, not the easiest thing. Thanks. Add pin to first screen. Oh, you guys got Dolly ear in the. Yeah, that's my cat Dolly. All right, let's see. We need 6 of us. You can do whatever you want. Yep. All right. There's the 6 of us up on screen, and Dolly's trying to end the broadcast. She's ready. She's done. All right. Well, it's been a day. It's been a day, and I want to thank.
It's a journey.
I want to thank Sunita.
Amazing.
And I want to thank all of our guests for the day. And
Can we just make noise? I want to just clap and woo! Everyone. Just let that energy out of yes.
I know,
wow,
it's been a
amazing,
day.
amazing group today.
It has been. So how's everybody else's day? I've been at a computer for 13 hours, except for the 1 hour. I guess 12 hours.
We all have been watching and enjoying all the presentations.
The hardest part was actually just going away, actually taking a break. I had a moment where I was all right, this is the moment where I said that I was going to stop paying attention and I was going to go and get a screen break. And as that was happening, I'm oh, but it's so interesting. It was so hard to stop.
I'm break? There's a break?
Even when you told me when you said you need to go get some lunch, James, I'm yeah, I'll do that after I do this.
It's so nice to feel like we're in I don't know, just the feeling of a production, a performance, the butterflies as we were talking about earlier. but also just like the nerves and the troubleshooting. There's so much troubleshooting, but like also how much I enjoy that. Like, you know, like deep down, I'm like, I hate this part of the work, but then it's kind of like, that's what I miss, right? Because that's a part of doing the work.
Problem solving.
Problem solving. And all
We're so trained to be a problem solver throughout our career and maybe even before, because that's what just we need to do all the time. But hey, that's the best part of sometimes this part of our work. Like, oh yeah, we thought this is impossible and we made it. Like we thought the digital rally was impossible, then we are making it, and this is the second time and people seem to be enjoying it. I just want to shout out for all the artists and non-artists, organizations and the council members who joined us today. It was amazing. I learned a lot. Oh my goodness gracious. Like, I want to say a little bit about everybody who presented, but that's just going to take another half a day. So I won't do that. But instead, I was inspired by some of the talks that was happening throughout the day, especially with Anjali, and also the questions that was being asked to council members about the impact that arts and creativity left in you and your life and your voice as an artist. I just want to hear your like origin stories as an artist to this group, actually. If anyone wants to start, go ahead. If not,
I know who I want to start. I want to know
Erlina.
Jose Alicea's origin story to Solatry, because I don't know it actually, and I want to know right now.
All right, Jose, you're on deck. Jose.
Cool. Got it. Sorry. So my origin story for Solatry or just life?
Or just as an artist. Like, I mean, you're an artist here, or, you know, you're a producer, but also someone who clearly values and loves the arts. So how did that path come to you?
You got a children's book coming up. You have a poetry book. Like, come on. You are an artist. Let the people know.
Cool. So my origin story started because somebody needed me to lie about me being a manager when I was 16. Somebody was like, hey, my brother's about to sign a record deal, but we need somebody with glasses and is very light skinned who can act like a manager. And I'm like, sure, no problem. Like, you know, I'm only 16, but okay, I can act like it. And just to be in that meeting, and I was able to get them that deal until, like, you know, they broke up like 2 weeks later. But the fact that I was able to like get this group that like deal, I kind of was like, all right, well, I could do this. And then I started to learn about the business, and I built a studio inside of my house. Like, we were like living inside just the projects. And I literally took one of the rooms and we had a mattress as like studio walls, and we had a mic, and we were there for like 5-6 years. And, you know, I took a whole lot of artists and we toured and made music overseas and went everywhere. And we kind of did that. And over the years, it just kind of progressed. And then when it came to what I'm doing now with, you know, with the whole like Solatry movement, I just wanted to do one last thing. And then that just ended up being 4 years of just connecting with so many amazing artists and just building these like really awesome like connections, and really just kind of really knowing these artists. And I think a lot of it stemmed from when my father passed. I really just gave up. And I think just seeing that community of artists that I didn't even know, like, there were people I just booked a couple of weeks ago, and then my father passed. And then just seeing how they were like, hey, Jose, you know what? We're going to help you out. We're going to help you build this show. And that right there built my trust. I was like, you know what? We got a community of artists that don't even know each other, but that want to build and create something. And next thing you know, 4 years later, we're doing this.
Wow. And I'm sorry, I just like was just imagining your journey right now, and I was just thinking, like, people, this is crazy. The amount of artists that Jose can pull out of nowhere seems like is just like, how many people do you have? And Gabby always say like, oh, he know how to ask people to do things for him. Just like a little wizard for me, because I'm so bad at that kind of thing. I just feel so nervous asking people to do what I need them to do. So
Yeah, no, it is definitely hard, but I think a lot of it is just trust, like, when it comes to these artists, they know that if I'm asking them to help me out, they know that I'm gonna be the first one online, be like, yo, let's go get this done for you. How can I get this done for you? And I'm here for you every show, everything like that. Like, I'll make sure that I get it happen. So, a lot of these artists, like, just like the smallest things. I just like, hey, you think you could do this for me? Sure, no problem. Next thing you know, they got a song coming out. I'm like blowing it up everywhere, playing it in cars, doing everything. And like, next thing you know, they're like, yo, so many people heard my song. I'm like, it's, yeah, just don't worry about it. You just enjoy it. So it's like really awesome. But yeah, just like Gabby said, and I'll talk more about this tomorrow, but yeah, we got like a poetry book, and I got my personal book, and we got projects in Puerto Rico and projects in New York and in Philly and all that type of good stuff. So it's gonna be fun.
Awesome. Do you want to popcorn someone, or do you want me to?
You know what, LaNeshe, I don't know too much about you, so your turn.
Okay, so here's what happened. My grandmother put me in dance classes when I was 3 years old, and I danced from them all the way up to a part of high school. And so part of the recital you have at the end of every year, you had to sell ads. You had to sell ads in the program book for the recital. And so like early on, I think I ended up how I am now, because early on I tied like my performance to marketing of selling the ads and selling tickets. Like those were tied for me because it was in a dance school like recital environment. So like that's just money. It's just money for the studio. And it's like, okay, you paid all the $20 for classes and you bought costumes, but also sell ads and sell tickets. And so what happened was, because I was a dancer in high school, I was cast in the musical Anything Goes because I could tap dance. And that's the first time I did any sort of like theater, acting, anything. And then like after that, slowly I just was like, more acting, less dancing. And I just transitioned to being an actor. And still always having like, when I kind of made the switch in high school, I was a part of a thing called Bridgeport Profiles Theater, which was high school students who we devised pieces for middle school students about like gun violence and drugs, LGBTQ stuff. So I think within that is where my like art for social change started. It's like the combination of like the recital environment and like the linking marketing to my performance, and then finding art for social change like shortly after I became an actor. That all kind of like brought me here.
Oh wow, I didn't know you've been doing this for a minute, because I know LaNeshe actually through college we were in the same program at the same time, but we didn't really have like talked while we were in school together, and we somehow gather here for what 10 plus years later.
Yeah.
And creating this rally together. It's amazing how life turns out for you and the people you re-encounter. It's just, I love it so much. And even in the council member discussion, they're like, yeah, I know your dad, blah blah blah. And I was like, wow, small world.
It's just small world. Yeah, I know, that was really funny. I was gonna say shout out to Temple for all the artists of color who survived there are doing some things.
We're all thriving now. It's
Yeah.
like half of us on here.
Raise your hand if you're from Temple. LaNeshe, do you want to popcorn someone?
Popcorn to Erlina.
My origin story probably starts with Selena Quintanilla. Because I thought that I was gonna be amazing. I thought I was gonna be a singer like her. So yeah, I was obsessed with Selena. I mean, I was always a performer. Like I said it when I was with the city council. Like when I was in kindergarten, I played a plastic guitar. It wasn't like a guitar with actual strings. It was literally like blow air into it, like blow up guitar. And it was like I would just pretend. And then the story goes, I don't remember this, but the story goes that I was late, which isn't surprising. And that when they pushed me out onto the stage, I had the guitar backwards, and that I was like not playing to the rhythm because I was so late. So I don't know what that says. My mother was doing a lot, you know, she was trying to make it all happen. But it was hard to get us to things on time. So I don't know, from there I just like always sought out, like I remember performing the Space Jam song in 2nd grade for like the Latchkey after school program. I was always involved in activities after school because I was that kid who like, I didn't have anywhere to go after school. So it was like, how many things can I get involved in so that I don't have to like delay getting home because my mom's not gonna be home till 5 or 6. And then I guess in middle school, I have a very specific moment of remembering when I was with a friend who thought that theater was lame, but that I thought it was really, really great, and that I like decided I was no longer going to be friends with her because I needed to go pursue the theater and audition for the school show. So that was like a big decision in my life. I was like, am I going to go with the cool girl who thinks theater is lame, or am I going to go with like the kids who I think are kind of, cool, even though they're a little weird and I feel more at home with them. So yeah, that was kind of like how I just immediately went into theater, started doing all the shows in 7th grade, 8th grade through high school, and then thought I was going to be a singer or performer. Realized that my voice was not quite where it needed to be, but that was okay. So I had other talents that I could tap into. And from there, I don't know, kept theater. The great thing about theater is that it's so multidisciplinary. So it's like once you're in theater, there's so many other aspects of it that you can tap into. And what I realized, like when I was an intern and apprentice when I was young at different theater companies, was like, I'm not really doing art right now. I'm mostly just doing like, administrative work or like backstage work, but I still feel happier in the theater than I do in almost any other space. Any other space, actually, not even almost any other. Like when I'm in a theater, even if I'm just, opening and closing the curtains, I still feel that sense of just like excitement and happiness. It's like, wow, like this is special. So I always knew like no matter what I end up doing, I want to be in theater somehow involved, because that was something that I knew was just, I just knew that if I didn't have that in my life, I wasn't going to feel like a full version of myself that I needed to be. So yeah, I guess that's my spiel of my origin story. I'm going to call on James, unless you're in the middle of looking at something and you can't jump it.
I am doing my social media duties, but I can put that down for now. Origin story. It all started when I was bitten by a radioactive spider. I kind of inexorably have been approaching this same position for pretty much my entire life. I've always liked technology and I've always liked art. Like when I was a little kid, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, and my grandparents were the type of grandparents that they didn't think anything shouldn't be taught to any child based on any sort of qualifying factor or disqualifying factor. They just assumed that all children should be taught the same things, and if they didn't catch on at first, you just teach it to them again. So I learned how to paint, I learned how to cook, I learned how to turn wrenches, I learned how to my grandfather handed me a college level electronic circuit board book when I was 3. These were all things that would later become interests of mine, and I always liked painting and drawing. I'm not as well educated as the rest of us. I went to college, but I got stuck in the first year of Drexel's digital media program, and it really started affecting my art, and I didn't like it. So I left, and I started freelancing, and I've been doing that ever since. here we are, rallying for the arts. I have a view on the world that's colored by, everything from being, responsible for myself in my teens and being an entrepreneur in my late teens, early 20s, to, having done, I've tried a lot of things. A lot of people, I had a conversation the other day with this guy. He was trying to convince me to change the production company model that I'm using from a for-profit model to a collective model. And I'm like, yeah, I did that already for 10 years. Didn't work, didn't like it, so that's why I'm trying this now. To each their own. Everybody has their own thing, their own way they want to do things. But my origin story is basically that I like things, and I like a wide variety of things, and so I just hard-headedly try them, without care as to whether or not somebody thinks I'd be good at it. I try and make myself good at it. So
yeah, that's what's great about this community. Like, there's always a chance that you can try out something new. Like, who knew that I'm gonna be a costume designer? Who knew Erlina is gonna be a writer? Who knew Gabby is gonna be a producer? But here we are. Here we are.
Saki, can you please go ahead and tell us about your journey to becoming a costume designer?
My story? Well, I think it all started with, a couple things. So there's like a little, I would say, art center across the kindergarten I was in that my mom sent me, and they do like arts and crafts things until, that's one of those kindergartens that they keep the kids until parents come pick them up after their work. So I was there until like 5 or 6 o'clock at night until my mom comes pick me up, and I just enjoyed like drawing and doing little things, crafting and reading all the books that they have. I was a huge reader, that I was reading way advanced things than my age. Another thing was my mom, she went to a school for dressmaking after high school, and she taught me how to sew when I was like 5 or 6 years old. Like something really simple, like stitch a little here, stitch a little rug, just to learn how to use needles and threads. And that's basically how I started sewing, I would say. And then moved on to, I was obsessed with writing stories when I was like 8 to 10 or 11, before I got too busy with the schoolwork. In middle school, I wanted to get into the drama club or the school orchestra to play violin or something so bad, even though I've never tried. But then my sister is like, then who's gonna walk the dog? Because they had to practice every single day, and I'm not gonna be able to go home until like 7, and the dog need to be walked around 6. So I couldn't get into neither of those clubs, and I was really devastated. Then I did a little play written by one of my classmates, and that was my, I would say, acting debut. And I was just loved the collaboration, loved the problem solving with my classmates, just hanging out, doing all those crazy stuff, discovering how to say lines, discovering performing. And at the time I was already thinking about coming to the States to major filmmaking, but then I was like, you know what, this is more fun because I know how to do it already. So I changed to majoring theater, and just so happened Temple, which I just so happened ended up with, was a really great theater school. So yeah, I don't know how there's always something creativity, artsy thing that was driving me throughout my life. But yeah, I never really thought that I'm gonna be involving with a theater company. I never really thought that I'm gonna be a costume designer until I land there and I was like, oh, this life that I happen to land, but I'm loving it, and I feel so lucky being here with y'all. Yeah. So I guess Gabby is the grand finale of our story.
Not intentional, yeah.
I mean, I know you already shared a lot of stories, but if there's anything you left out.
Well, I think what I want to know is, because I know you come from an arts family. So like a lot of times people who come from an arts family, they're like, I'm not going to do that. I want to do something separate because like that's what everybody else does. So I guess something I don't know is like, despite the fact that you're coming from a family with so many artists, like how did you decide like, yes, this is my path regardless?
Yeah. Definitely. I come from an arts family, you know, Quiara A Hudes is my sister. But also we're 13 years apart. So even though like, you know, yeah, so she was off to Yale studying and I was home, like growing up alone in the house, you know, and so, but still having a huge influence. I think my sister really introducing me to theater at a young age. And taking me to see my first plays, and going to see theater in the park, and like her also just showing me the possibilities of seeing my body on stage by her producing works that were inspired by me, which is like also weird. That's a whole other dynamic of seeing work that characters are literally saying what you said in private, and you're like, wait, you really gonna use that line?
Or wait, you got two playwrights in your life.
Yeah, and so now I'm amused to not only Quiara but Erlina. But I will say, in relation to like finding my voice, Erlina is no surprise that me and you have so many parallels. We're so different, we really are, but we're so alike also in a lot of ways. And one of them being, my first memory went to Selena. Like, I was obsessed. Like, you know, when that movie came out, I was just like, I'm gonna be a singer, but I couldn't sing. You know, I can act like I can sing, but I can't sing, y'all. Sorry to break it to you. So yeah, but my first performance ever, which I actually have, my mom has a laminated this flyer of my first performance ever at West Kensington Ministry, which is where Power Street now does all of our work. So full circle, y'all. Like, I had no idea that in 1998 I had my first performance, and I performed Bidi Bidi Bam Bam and Como la Flor. Okay, so Erlina, you see how we have the parallels, right? And I will never forget being so terrified of going on stage. I got stage fright. My mom had to literally pull me on stage to perform. And then the audience started singing the song literally started to sing the song. So then I started to sing the song. And so by, that was Como la Flor, the first one. And then by Bidi Bidi Bamba, I didn't want to get off the stage. The audience was mine. And, you know, I commanded to like now do another song from Selena. Like, it was hilarious, just the trajectory of being terrified and then being immersed in the love of community, right? Like, that could have been such a shattering moment for me if I was booed, or if I wasn't affirmed, or if people didn't start singing in that moment to say, we're here, we got you. And so oftentimes I write about that story because it's not just the art, right? We're talking about art and culture, but it's the people, right? The people who go out and support your family members, right? The community. Like, that's why I am so ingrained into community work too, because I think about the moments when I have failed up, even as a child, right? When there was moments that I could have been shamed, the community stood there with me and said, I will hold you. And so those memories are so dear. And so I hope that, you know, now as an educator, producer, actor, director, all the roles, right? Like, I hope that people have memories like that with me, you know? Anytime I'm in a space or trying to curate an event or whatever it may be, is that they're feeling like they are uplifted and by not just by me, but by the community that is there. And so that's kind of like my main memory. And I just got to give a shout out to, I went to the Creative Performing Arts High School, Kappa. So like that was a huge part of me discovering my voice and me like having permission to like just be on stage and write my own stuff. And we had the first like Hispanic Heritage Month when I was there, led by my good friend Tiffany. And it was really cool to be able to do a script that my sister wrote that she's like, no, I didn't write that. But she wrote a piece and I was able to perform it. And from my freshman to like senior year, people called me Boricua Chef. And I auditioned with that to the universities because it was such a character that I was able to really dive into, which now, fast forward, I'm doing a vegan cooking show with Mama Julia. So it's just interesting how my life has had these parallels in these ways, and also how it's parallel to some of my really close friends, like Erlina, of like just sharing like, oh, we both were so inspired by Selena and what it meant to have representation of a Latina in a mainstream movie. I had never seen a Latina speaking Spanish or Spanglish, talking about even the challenge of and shame of being, Latinx and American and navigating Spanish. So all of those experiences have led me to be here today. Thank y'all for listening.
And we're just about time. Thank you all for sharing your origin stories. Oh my God, Gabby, I could just picture you singing on stage, because I've seen the picture of you when you were like really little with the bangs and everything. Oh my God, that was just a hilarious picture. So tomorrow is another day full of wonderful artists and presentations. Some of us will be presenting. I'm so excited to do my bit. And we should go to sleep so we will have enough energy. Erlina does this wonderful breathing exercise to get us decompress and easier to get to sleep after going through adrenaline all day
honestly,
long.
Asaki, honestly, I don't want to breathe right now.
What?
I want to hear some Selena.
All right, fine. You do you, boo-boo, I guess.
But don't broadcast copyright music, because we'll get dinged.
We're getting cut off now anyway. You can cut us off. You can go. Go ahead. You know this song. I know you do.
Uh-huh. I'm just gonna turn down everyone's audio so that the music doesn't get us dinged on the entire recording. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Digital Rally organizers. Thank you to all of our guests again, and we will see everyone again in the morning, bright and early, 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
See you tomorrow.
We'll continue this this wonderful enterprise. All right. See you all tomorrow.
Good night.